love you though.
Huh?
I love you.
Say that one more time.
I do.
You what?
You alright now? You pushing it now? Like get off of me. You are pushing it.
Hold on. Say it one more time, baby.
Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Bird 91. We're giving you guys a live on what? Married at First Sight. Yes, we're giving you a live on Married at First Sight. That means we're talking about the latest episode 6. Yes, on the Married at First Sight, season 15, San Diego. I just showed you a clip there. Alexis has warmed up. She's even saying, I love you. I love you. Don't push your luck, but I love you. And then we had Justin crying at one point.
I experienced it so perfect.
Boy, if you don't stop crying and get your ass up. No, I'm joking. We want to be sensitive to men as well. We want to be sensitive to men as well. You know what I mean? We don't want to be disrespectful to men. Men can cry too, okay? Men can cry too. Got no problem with that. But it is the same next week. I mean, it's been a few weeks now he's cried. I'm just saying that. Like, it's been a few times now where I've seen tears. I'm just a little bit concerned because when a man is like this, it just means that the other woman can't be as emotional as she needs to be. Now, Alexis is gonna, she needs a bit of, Justin's emotional side anyway. That's great. It's just the crying part. How long before that becomes annoying? Let me just take a little sip. How long before that gets annoying? I just want to know, you know what I mean? But anyway, listen, we're going to open up the place. Listen, if you're new to the channel, like it, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. And for those of you who are returnees, you already know what it is, baby. You got the minerals. All right, you got the minerals, baby. Look, if you want to join the conversation, I've put the link in the chat. I'm gonna pin it so you guys can actually join the conversation. And please, if I don't know you, cam up because I can't be affording for your madness today. Okay, so if I don't know you, cam up, please. It'll be very, very helpful. All right, listen, let's get into this, bruv, because you know what? Honestly, look, I honestly think I think our brother is. He's trying to make it. He's trying to do his best, Justin. But it's an interesting conversation. Not just Justin. There is also between Morgan and Binh. The question we got to ask as well: did he break the trust? We got to ask a question about that. Let's talk about Lindy. She is flexing like there's no tomorrow. She keeps going back on her word, babe. Listen. I'm all down for you doing whatever you want to do. I'm all down for you having sex, doing whatever you want with your man. But you be backtracking like there's no tomorrow. And then she be covering her man even when there's no need to. It just, something about her tells me that, you know what? The effects of being in a cult, or so I say in the religious circle for so long, has built up that tolerance to defend people when you don't need to defend them. Do you know what I mean? It was a bit much as well. But yeah, that's that as well. Who else? We got Stacia and Nate, which I didn't actually get the clip for, because Lindy was saying that her and Miguel don't believe that Nate is in it for true intention. That's a big question. Is Nate there for true intentions? That's a question right there. I don't know. You have to let me know. And also as well, let's talk about, I think she's a little people pleaser, let's be honest. Let's talk also a little bit as well about our brother. There was also, what do we call it? Krysten and Mitch. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Something about that. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know. Something about that. The Mitch thing. Something about that. I don't know. Something's weird about that, man. Just the way that he's going about things. He doesn't fancy her. I don't think he finds her attractive. I think he's trying to make it work. But he's going to end up sleeping with her to try and prove a point. And I don't like that. So, yeah, for me, it's not it. So that's another thing as well. So there's a whole host of things going on in this season. We need to discuss and address. But again, guys, if you want to join the convo, I've put the link down below so you guys can join the convo as well and have your particular says, because we love to hear your thoughts. I love to hear your opinions. What do you think of this particular episode? If you're down to comment on screen, just click on the link I've put on I've posted up and join the conversation today. In the meantime, let me do what I do best, and let's talk about this latest episode, because I think there's a few things that definitely needs to be spoken about in this particular thing as well. Okay, let's look at first few clips on this episode as well, and let's discuss this. All right.
Make things complicated. That's what I don't understand, because like to me there's nothing more natural than like feeling attracted to someone, especially in this case Lindy, my wife.
Sure.
Being attracted to her and wanting to express that affection.
So my opinion.
Okay, clip number 1. Guys, give me your first impressions. What did you think of Mitch in this particular case? What was your thoughts? Mitch, what's your thoughts on Mitch? Mitch, Miguel. Apologies, Miguel. Does he want Lindy or does he just want her body? Right? Because for me right now, it's very much given, I just want sex. That's the first question I'm asking you guys. Does Mitch want Lindy or does he just want sex? Because right now, it feels like he just wants sex. I'm going to be honest with you. That's what it feels like right now. And you know what? If the relationship comes, the relationship comes. It's almost as if he's not sure if the relationship will go all the long distance, which is what we saw later on. Him saying about, I can't say, 8 weeks from now, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, cool, that's cool, but bro, like the way you're talking is if you're gonna quit early. You know what I mean? So let's be careful about that. Let's be careful about date. Okay, let's be careful about date. So it sounds a little bit weird when he's saying about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let's see what you guys have said, and then I'll give my thoughts on this. I think Lindy. Oh, that's a question, Nate. That's not to do with this thing. Agreed with what everyone saying about Lindy. I liked her in the beginning, but now not so much. I think Lindy's lost and searching for herself. Someone said, I think Miguel just wanted to smash, that is all. Why is Lindy sleeping with a man that doesn't like her? He's using her as a receptacle. Miguel questions Nate. Pot could have black. Body is all them want. Yes, Empress K. Body is all them want. Miguel is there for a good time, not a long time. He wants her body. Okay, so we're getting a consensus that, you know what, the body is what people are going for. I'm telling my mum I can't tell if there's truly wants Lindy or just wants sex. Okay, I'm hearing you on that. Miguel doesn't care anymore because he got what he wanted. Miguel's here for a good time, not a long time, as well. Okay, so someone said puss. Wow. All right, cool. One more last one. I think Miguel experienced the clarity men get after sex with someone he ain't feeling her. Okay. To me, watching this clip, what I got from it was Miguel is needed. We spoke about this earlier in the season about the background of Miguel and how his mother, the abandonment of his mother, and the father not being close, and him wanting to feel loved and cared for. So I believe that he needs sex in order to feel desired, wanted, and to feel close. Okay, now he's got the sex from Lindy, but what we heard from Stacia was that almost as if there was pressure on Lindy to give up the goods, and then Lindy gave up the goods, and now Miguel's all smiling happy. He's not complaining, but what she wants from the exchange is a guarantee that they're going to be together at the end of the 8 weeks. Let this be a lesson to people, okay? What you want that commitment. You want to make sure that you don't be cheated, and you want to make sure you don't feel cheated, right? You want to make sure you know his intention. Here's the thing. Because Lindy wants to end this in a marriage, she's not willing to do a tester 8 weeks and then quit it. Giving sex over when you know you didn't want to give sex is problematic, because what you wanted out of the situation you weren't gonna get unless unless he guaranteed before you had sex. Then he lied. But he didn't give that guarantee before you had sex, and then you gave your body in hopes of reaching that end goal. And now you're frustrated a little bit, but you're covering him, but you're a little bit frustrated, right? Now the girls have obviously seen this. Stacia, Alexis, both of them called her out for changing her mind so drastically quickly and going back on things. So clearly for me, when I'm watching Miguel, when I'm watching Lindy, I'm asking that key question that Stacia's also asking, which is, babe, are you sure this is your decision? Are you sure this is actually what you wanted? Right? Let's have a little clip here.
I tried, to have sex with you, right? Mm-hmm. That's not what you wanted. You wanted to build this connection. If you're like, I don't want to have sex with you, how did that... As
Stacia was about to say, how did it turn from that to you changing your mind? That's the question we got to ask ourselves, right? How do we get to that position? How do we get to that point? For me, I looked at it and I was like, okay, why would Lindy give in to the sex as well to Miguel when she previously stated she wanted to make sure that she kind of held it down? Why would she do that, right? Why would she give in? The goodies. And also, Lindy's got an issue, which is that she needs to feel wanted, cared for, loved, and appreciated. Remember, she's also been in a place where, she's been controlled, and been also in a place where she's given up. Well, her freedom's been taken from her in a sense of being in an institution that didn't give her much freedom. And I think that what's really funny is the very thing that triggers you that you don't want control, you sometimes find yourself in a place where you give up control to somebody else. So you repeat the pattern again. If you haven't fully learned how to be assertive and have boundaries, you end up repeating a pattern where actually now you go somewhere else, you actually give up the power to someone else. And I think that's what we're kind of seeing with Lindy and Miguel, because when I see Lindy and Miguel, and I see when I hear Lindy, she called him out at the table, then was trying to defend him at the table. You called him out before the table, then tried to defend him at the table, and then was basically saying everybody's mad when you got home because they questioned your relationship. When, babe, you were literally questioning our boy Miguel. And I'm fairly so. If that's what you felt like you wanted to do, I mean, I don't think it was the right time, nor did I think it was the right place to start feeling heartfelt and to feel like, you're in turmoil. The trouble is that Lindy is an overthinker by a long mile. I'm not talking about your usual overthinking. Some of us will be like, oh, I overthink. No, Lindy is literally overthinking. Her mind is literally racing at 1,000 miles per hour. And, she struggles to allow her mind to just rest. You get what I'm saying? Like, even when we watched her later on, later on, when she was telling him what she, if I've worked hard to get my time, so give me space if I need space, let me do, if I want to go to Mexico, let me go to Mexico. I said, oh, okay, okay. Okay. So you just gonna, okay. So if you decide you're gonna go to Mexico, if I'm gonna go with my girls, let me go with my girls. Don't question me. Basically, don't try to control me. And and I'm gonna say this again. She needs therapy, quick, fast. I hate to say that, but she does, and quick, fast, because in all honesty, thank you, A Pink J. That's literally it. She wants to be able to have the ability to judge, but then not be able to be judged. And then she doesn't. That. Remember, she was even saying, that's what she was saying about, give me my space. If I'm gonna go my space, don't judge me. I'm gonna go to Mexico. I've earned the right to be able to have time on my spare time. Don't question me. Basically, don't tell me what to do in those spaces. If I come back from work and I said, oh, babe, like, relax. I was like, babe, it don't work like that. Like, I was like, you just gonna be crossing the state lines just like that? You're gonna end up in a different country? Oh, okay. And I should just not have any thoughts to that, right? I should just be cool with the fact that you can just. And that's when you realize somebody's really operating from their PTSD, I believe, from being controlled, that they go the complete opposite way. You can't tell me what to do, can't control me, can't tell me da-da-da-da. The girl was having a come to Jesus moment when Morgan was basically saying, the student loan situation. I don't know if I got a clip of that.
With a really good family relationship and really good at finances. I have student loan debt.
Okay.
Like, sorry.
Same.
Sorry. I don't.
Literally, Morgan was having a come to Jesus moment. She said, girl, if the Lord had seen fit to you to say this confirmation, girl, I have student debts too. And we have men out there who don't want us to have student debt, but I have student debt. Good God. Oh, I feel the spirit moving. Student debt. Our husbands are out of pocket. Shit. Like, babe, like, I need to calm down. Like, listen. But, you know, they were having a whole little thing. Do you know what I mean? So they were having a little moment. So for me, again, I didn't even believe Lindy a few weeks ago when she said, "Oh, I'm ready to pay up all my student debt. You know, I'm ready to I'm going to be paying off my student debt in my time." I could tell. I said, I know Miguel doesn't believe her. I know Miguel does not believe her. You know, I knew that straight. I said, "Oh, Lindy, yeah, that's going to be a problem right there." Okay, she said, student debt, gosh. She said, that sister right there, she felt something in her spirit. She felt something in her spirit and knew that I needed that word. I said, "Oh, okay, cool." So yeah, I'm looking at Lindy a little bit differently now, you know. You know what I mean? I'm looking a bit different. But, you know, Lindy gave her answer.
We've been getting to know each other, asking questions. I feel so connected to him. He makes me feel comfortable and confident. And if I wasn't having that connection with him, we wouldn't have had sex.
And I just wanted to make sure that it was your.
All right, my next question I'm going to ask you guys. Is... let me put this down so you guys can actually see it. Here's a question. Was Lindy pressured into sex? Or, do you think she was pressured, or do you think she was convinced? Let me say convinced. Let me say persuaded. Let's have this conversation. Do you think, based on what you've seen, what you heard, do you think, you know, Lindy was pressured, I thought convinced. That's not even the English spelling. Convinced, persuaded into sex. What's your guys' thoughts? Let me know in the comment section. I'll bring some of your comments up. Let me know what's your thoughts. What's your thoughts, guys? What's your thoughts? Yeah. What's your thoughts? Okay. Let's see what they're saying. Okay, what are the audience saying in regards to this question? All right. Somebody said, this is before it. Many of us work for good credit and money in the bank and not living paycheck to paycheck. I agree. I'm not about you messing up what I worked hard to build. I hear you, Sass. That's fair enough. Let's go. Some of the comments. Let's see the answers. Lifetime, absolutely believe she was. Okay, now Nye says I believe she was. Empress K, nah, she just stupid. I Highlight says she was coerced. Ooh. Caribbean said manipulated. I think Stacia hit it right on the head. Jasmine said manipulated from Felicia. Sunshine said she lying. I think she was persuaded to have sex by Miss Diaz. Based on time frame, it seems that she was pressured by Joy. Netta says persuaded. JG says pressured for sure. Monique says pressured as well. Someone said, nah, it's all a game. Nairobi says all a game. Adrian says pressured into it. Okay. Okay. Someone said, I think Lynn's a people pleaser, so he probably didn't have to try hard to convince her. Easily persuaded. I hear that. C-Perk says, so no. Lindy makes no sense. If sex is important, why give it up so fast? Because Lindy's a freak. And she was hiding behind the whole church thing. She really is a freak. You know? Manipulate into it. Empress K says she fell for the trap. Yeah, okay. Someone said, I think she pressured herself into overthinking. Okay, into it by overthinking. Okay. All right. Someone said, yeah, I think she was pressured. I think he did as you said, show me your love, me, prove it to me in his own way of speaking, and she believed it was consensual. Oh, okay, that's a good comment. You know what? That is a good comment right there, because that does happen to people quite a bit as well, where people feel like they don't really have a choice in the moment, you know, because literally they've been coerced into giving up the goodies. So that's a great comment right there, you know, that Miguel would use, you know, show me you love me, prove to me that you love me by having sex. Ooh, I hear you. C-Perk said that Stacia was projecting. This is also very true as well. Stacia may also be projecting because she was talking about her trauma, and her trauma had nothing to do with Lindy. I'll be honest with you, you know, had nothing to do with Lindy. So it may be, like you're saying, it may be the fact that, you know what, that Stacia may be also triggered and then projecting. How many people actually think that as well? Let's get some thoughts on that. Do we think that Stacia was projecting also as well? Was Stacia projecting? Because it did, you know, at that point, you know, that was her particular truth, you know. Let's say onto Lindy, and I'll play the clip for you guys just to remind yourself. Was Stacia projecting onto Lindy? Let's get those thoughts as well. I'm gonna play the clip again.
I tried, you know, do like what I went through, and I didn't want you to go through that as well.
Oh no. I can reassure you.
Okay.
It was very mutual. He's my husband. It was beautiful.
Do you think that Stacia projected with that one? You know what I mean? Do you think Stacia projected? Because I think a bit of both. I think Stacia got it right by looking at what I think happened with Miguel, but I also think she was projecting as well. You know, I think she was projecting as well. You know, I know that Stacia said, "Oh, but you know, he's only been your husband for like a couple of days." Hey, what people do in their marriage, it's not nothing to do with you, darling. All right, what you are willing to do, what someone else is willing to do, is different. All right, don't tell me he's been on 2 days. You know what I mean? But was she, you know, someone said, is it possible that Stacia pretends to be a boss, but behind closed doors she's a doormat? Absolutely, I think she is, 100%. 100%. I definitely agree with you. I definitely absolutely agree with that as well. Let's see as well. Okay, let's see. What are some of the thoughts here? Let's see what some of the thoughts are. Not projecting, just a valid concern based on what Lindy told them prior. Fair enough. Cool. Stacia was just sharing but not projecting to me. Didn't sound judgmental to me. Okay. I think Stacia was relating to Lindy and then got triggered by the situation. That's fair. She did say she was triggered, so she did say that she was triggered by the situation. It triggered her. So okay, cool. She was trying to protect her and was projecting on to an extent. Okay. That's a stranger. Stacia was projecting but correcting her assessment, and Lindy fired back in retaliation but was also correct. Okay, I hear that. Lindy expressed the sex meant a lot to her and wanted to wait, then proceeds to bust it open next day. Of course, Stacia was going to check to make sure it was truly consensual. Fair enough. I definitely hear that. I appreciate Stacia being a bigger sister and just asking the right question. Stacia is hurt. Is scared to be hurt. That's the reason why she's crying. Is because she doesn't trust her husband. So basically, wants to exhale but can't. Ooh, a word. I think Stacia went through something based upon her crying, but I believe it came from her wanting to protect her too. I believe so as well. Yeah, she definitely was. I definitely hear that. Stacia was protection. She admitted it. Happens all the time. Lindy talks about one night stands and never says she regretted it. She's not a complete angel. She's pushing a cult thing too much. Oh, okay. in return, did Lindy project onto Stacia about her spouse's intentions? Potentially. Did she potentially? Well, she said it was both her and Miguel who thought it, but potentially, maybe Miguel didn't say anything, and she just told Stacia that as well. And to be honest, Stacia said, "You know what? You're absolutely right. You're bang on the money too." Stacia said, "I'm not sure. I'm not sure 100% about his intentions." So that's honestly could be. That could honestly be. That could also be as well. So, yeah, I definitely think that Lindy might have projected as well, as well. So get out of the way, you know what I mean? Let's see. Someone asked me, who's my crush this season? No one. I mean, look, Alexis is nice, though. But no one. Crushing on this season. Ooh. I'm not really interested, to be honest. Yes, 6 days. That's it. You can't know his intentions. Okay, I hear that still. But I love that point as well. Is Lindy projecting? Okay, let's just watch this clip. Sorry about that, guys. Let's just watch this clip here. Let's watch this clip here. I was going to just say Alexis was going to pay for Lindy.
I think that would be the most painful thing ever, is to be feeling like I'm falling in love with someone and then just be like, no, I don't want you. I think that's like my biggest fear in all of this. He's like...
Ooh. Hey JL, you right? So yes, Lindy is talking about how she feels fear about basically being hurt as well, and therefore we want to talk a little bit about Lindy and whether this fear is going to ruin the relationship, because she keeps on asking for this this confirmation. This how do we say, she's looking for there to be a guarantee that the brother is interested, so or is committed to them as well. So let's just talk about this. But JR, talk to them, bro. That clip you just saw, what's your thoughts on Lindy?
Man, I think she seems to come from a standpoint that by giving up the goods, so to speak, I think she thinks it's going to bring them closer, right? And I don't think we can rule out that spending time together, one thing can lead to another. Like, just naturally have a connection. Even though she may have said what she said before, being alone and spending time with the person, it only takes a few moments for the gears to start grinding, so to speak.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, love that. Let's look at another clip with Lindy and Miguel, because they had a conversation a little bit later on, and Lindy basically called him out, but Miguel said this.
Or like, is this a real marriage that you want to try to last forever?
I don't know. I want this to work, and I'm going to try everything I can.
Yeah.
But I don't know the person I'm marrying.
So Miguel's saying that he's got to wait to the end of the process, 8 weeks basically. He's not sure whether, because he said he's not sure who he's marrying. Now, and I definitely hear that as well. I'm just wondering, like, for me, it's a bit like, okay, I get it that you want to wait to the end of the process, but it did sound a bit like, I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time. It did kind of make it sound like that a little bit. What's your thoughts, Jay? What did you glean from that situation?
I think one of the downsides to the show, the format, is they don't know each other, right? It's married at first sight. So you're literally getting married to the person without having dated or knowing anything about them. You're learning on the job, so to speak. So it may be too early to predict how long they're going to last in that relationship or how long the chemistry is going to last for. So I can kind of see what he's saying. But then that goes back to, did they have sex because she wanted to be closer to him or give up the goods to keep him interested? Or was it something that was a natural connection between them?
Okay, I love that. All right, appreciate it, JR. Thank you. Hey, Nye, how you doing, Nye? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hello,
how you doing?
hello.
Is it
I'm
Nye? Did
good.
I
How are
pronounce it
you?
correctly?
Yeah, Nye.
Beautiful. What's your thoughts? So we're just talking about Lindy and Miguel. And Miguel was just saying basically, you know, he's got 8 weeks. You know, I got to go all the way before I can say anything. What's your kind of thoughts to that?
I felt like Miguel was saying like we have 8 weeks and that's kind of it. I don't know if he was saying like have 8 weeks for us to work on this to potentially go past, 2 months. He just seemed like, yeah, well, 8 weeks and I think that's it for me. Like I don't know if he already wrote her off, but it seems like Lindy's more of like an anxious attachment type of person and Miguel is very like avoidant. Maybe just with her. I don't know how he's been in his past relationships, but he doesn't seem as able to like emotionally open up to her. I know it's only been a few days, but he just doesn't seem open to it at this point.
Appreciate it. You know what's interesting? Obviously, yeah, I think watching that clip where he's talking to her on a beach, she's, I also wanted to make sure that Lindy's not asking him to give him guarantees straight away, like, yo, I'm definitely not leaving you, da-da-da, do you know what I mean? But if you did want that then the sex should have waited, because like now you feel like you're being robbed. Do you know what I mean? When you're almost giving up the goodies almost as a way to guarantee the promise of the relationship. And whenever you do that exchange, there's always an unfair trade. You're not going to get that guarantee that you want. Sex is not going to keep nobody. And the fact that he made such a big deal about sex being an issue. In fact, I think there's even a clip from earlier on where he was talking to the boys and basically saying he doesn't get this no sex situation. I think that's what made my ears tingle a little bit. That how serious is this, brother? I'll play the clip.
Complicated. That's what I don't understand. Because like to me, there's nothing more natural than like feeling attracted to someone, especially in this case, Lindy, my wife.
Sure.
Being attracted to her and wanting to express that affection.
So
he does kind of mention the whole sex being an important kind of thing. I don't know, Jay. Do you want to jump back in again?
Yeah, so I can kind of see what he's saying, right? The natural thing to happen is if you're feeling each other, then obviously the sex will happen at some point, right? And in some relationships, it happens faster than others. But you have to remember, they're married now. So some people are waiting until marriage. They're married now. So if they're both consenting and they're both ready for it, then it will happen within the confines of their marriage, which is a given, right? You wouldn't want him to go and mess with anybody else, and she's not supposed to go and mess with anybody else. They're meant to find that connection together. So I can kind of see what he's saying. I don't think he's mixed messages or anything. It's kind of what I was assuming in the first place, that it's more like a natural connection that kind of happened rather than him putting her in a situation where she feels compelled to do it. I think she consented and wanted to do it in order to keep the relationship strong, or at least show her intention that she wants to keep the relationship going in that way.
Cool. Appreciate it. Naya, what's your thoughts?
I think that it was kind of interesting how he really was like he wanted to have sex with her, even after understanding her background and where she came from, very religious Seventh-day Adventist. She already explained that she kind of felt, I don't say disappointed, but she was already in a situation where she had sex before marriage, and she, from her religious part, didn't feel like she was supposed to do that. So I didn't necessarily appreciate him being like, yeah, well, we could just, form a connection through sex, even though she was like, I'd prefer to wait. That's why I felt like she was kind of pressured into it, or maybe she overthought herself into doing it. Not necessarily saying that he made her do anything or anything like that, but she felt like, well, if I do this, this will kind of make it more real for him, as opposed to being more worried about the effect that that would have on her.
I hear that, 100%. I hear that. All right, cool. Let's move to the next clip that was happening between Miguel and Lindy, because there's quite a few things that were happening after that as well. Miguel was basically saying, he needs an out as well before he could actually say yes or anything. So let's have a look at this.
Me, the only way I could do it if I knew, I told myself, I have an out.
I was the
I
same
needed
way.
it.
I was the same way. I was gonna give myself grace, like no matter what happens.
I'm marrying a stranger.
Again, I'm slightly confused by these admissions. The only way I could do this is if I gave myself an out. It sounds like you're already running through the out of the door before the door's even needing to be used. It sounds like you already got 1 foot out of the door. I don't know. It just, and then Lindy just to jump in there and be like, I thought also as well I need a back door. I'm not saying that she changed her mind or anything. I don't think she actually personally did. I think she also wants a back door as well because of she doesn't like control and just in case somebody was controlling. But it just feels like both of them have 1 foot out the door, more so Miguel than Lindy. But it feels like they're already escaping the prison of marriage. So I don't know how long this is going to work. But maybe you guys saw something a little bit different. Naya, let me know. What's your thoughts? What did you see? What did you observe?
I kind of agree with like what you were initially saying. Like they sort of were like, yeah, well, this is 8 weeks. Even though I do think Lindy is more open to the possibility of it going beyond 8 weeks, depending on who she was married to, and seeing that she finds Miguel so attractive, and she's like, my husband's so fine, he's so cute. She now feels like, well, maybe we could work this out, but Miguel still sees it as, well, this is a commitment for 8 weeks. Like that probably attracted most of them to the process. Like, well, previously I hadn't been so seriously committed, but I can get married and it can just be for 8 weeks so I can see how it goes instead of getting married to somebody and it actually having to last a long time.
Cool. I like that. All right, JR, what's your thoughts? Oh, sorry, you got to unmute yourself, bro.
Yeah, so I agree with what Nye said. Basically, it's an 8-week process, so you can take your time and feel it out, or you can start getting your feelings and doing your things in a couple situation, because like I said, you're married. That changes the whole dynamic. Like, what are you waiting for? You're married already now, so it's getting to know each other and building the physical, sexual, the chemistry that you may have to be open with each other. You've got the entire 8-week process. It's not a rush.
Do you think Lindy is just repeating and kind of following what Miguel says, or do you think this is Lindy's own thought processes along this as well?
I think a lot of it is her own thought processes. She does want to get married and stay married because that aligns with her religious beliefs, right? Her spirituality. But I also think she has to also factor in that she's in a marriage now with somebody who isn't of that same thought process. So she has to kind of be flexible or concede in some way. And so does he. But obviously they're conceding in different areas.
Appreciate it. Okay. Naya, what's your thoughts?
I did see people saying that in the chat, like she's kind of like sometimes repeating things that Miguel said, especially when they were at the table with everyone. And I do agree that some of it probably is like the way she felt herself, and some of it is her wanting to please Miguel. Like, oh, well, he feels this way, and I kind of felt that way in the beginning, but now I feel like I want to try to work it out with him, but I'll just stick with whatever he's saying so that we seem like we're on the same page, even though it's obvious that she's kind of anxious about what he wants and what he's going to do beyond the 8 weeks, or even when they get back to San Diego.
Yeah. Lindy's interesting because she did change her mind or at least, Alexis actually picked it up as well. Stacia as well picked up the change of mindset. So first on the sex, and Alexis said, obviously, a little bit earlier on, you said you were not comfortable with him not knowing his timeline and when, if he was going to say yes at 8 weeks, whatever. Now something you do, and that's such a quick turnaround as well. So let's play a little clip and have a little conversation.
I'd be like, yeah, this is it.
But Lindy, earlier you were saying that bothered you.
I really do believe in marriage, and I want this to be the long haul, but I want to meet.
So, seems like this is the second time that Lindy's been called out for inconsistency of what she thinks. Is Lindy mature enough and assertive enough to be able to tell what she actually wants? I'm not even blaming Miguel at this point. I'm just saying, for her personally, has she done the work enough to be able to be assertive and tell people what she actually wants? Because it does seem like right now, she just kind of going with, if Miguel says he's this what it is, she's going to go with Miguel. Like, it's almost as if she doesn't know her own mind in terms of what she actually really wants. JL, what's your thoughts? Do you see it differently maybe, or?
So I think that she may be doubting herself a bit too much, you know. This is a new experience for her, just like it is for Miguel. And maybe the way she's handling it, she's constantly questioning whether she is making the right decision or not, you know, throughout the marriage, throughout the relationship. So I think that she needs to be more assertive, and if she sticks to her guns more, it may actually be beneficial for her. She shouldn't just bend as soon as she feels like he might disagree. But at the same time, be agreeable, you know, because you have to be able to adapt and work with each other in order to make the team work, you know.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate it. Naya, what's your thoughts?
I do think that she can say, like, she can voice what she wants and how she feels. And the clip earlier, she did kind of tell him more of what she felt, but when they were at the dinner table with everybody, she definitely said what Miguel said, not necessarily what she was saying previously. That's why the ladies were like, well, Lindy, you didn't say that earlier. Like, Alexis straight called her out, like, earlier you told me blah, 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 blah. And so I think that if Miguel maybe is more like he was at the end of the episode when he told her, like, Lindy, those things haven't happened yet. Like, if he maybe is more like just gentle in the way that he can speak to her and like let her know that it's okay for her to calm down a bit, maybe she'll feel more open to also saying her fears in a way that's not such a like babble or rant, and he'll be able to understand more and they'll be able to communicate better. So hopefully she'll, over time, if he gives her time, be able to say how she feels.
Appreciate it. You know, like you said, I think just because also I've been around people that have been in cults and stuff like that, Lindy's pretty much displaying some typical behaviors of somebody who's been in a cultish kind of environment, because that quick switch of belief or change of thought, I believe, Miguel said this, and quickly shifting and changing is one, trying to prove your worth and trying to prove that you're not an enemy of the person in front of you. It's also to stop any kind of contention and confliction. You don't like that as well. People don't like that. Another thing is also as well to almost kind of show perfect imagery that we are perfect, we're good, we're doing okay, nothing's ever wrong, because you don't want people to poke holes and ask questions as well. And then it also makes you as well somebody who's very malleable, but then obviously if you're coming out of it, it can make you have, like I said, PTSD from being controlled, which is why you see the little spurts of when she says, obviously, well, I'm going to go to Mexico, you can't tell me what to do. Like, all of a sudden, you're like, wait, hold a minute, where are these bars and strength coming from? A minute ago, you was out here changing your mind. And I think that triggering of what being controlled. So it's almost if it's like Lindy is fighting for the devotion of Miguel. So she'll do whatever she needs to do to get the approval. You know what I mean? So yeah, I feel like she's trying to, cover him as well. And, as soon as he was getting attacked, she was making sure she was going to cover. She covered him quickly. And then she actually did it in the bathroom as well. I just wanted to show you this clip as well.
I had a good time, like, connecting with everyone.
They're ridiculous. We just have to keep focusing on us. I mean, I think it's important to keep, like, talking.
So she said everybody is ridiculous for challenging their situation. Boo! Who brought it up in the first place? You did. You're the one that told us there's cracks. You're the one. Nobody told you to open your mouth and tell us what was going on. You opened your mouth before you even sat down and ate food. You opened your mouth to tell us what was going on. What do you think? You know what I mean? What do you think? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know, man. It was that kind of thought. But what did you think of that scene there? You know, is she protecting Miguel, or is that just her just being a natural protective partner, or is she doing a bit too much? What's your thoughts there, JR?
I think she's not only protecting Miguel, but she's trying to protect the relationship. Yeah, it's fairly new, and I think she wants to keep a hold of it. And the way that she was being quizzed on the ongoings of their relationship made her very defensive. So, but I would expect that. I wouldn't expect her to throw him under the bus or, allow people to influence what they've just started to build potentially. So, yeah, no surprises there for me. I would expect her to be defensive, but maybe not take so much offense to it. But at the same time, the goal is to, like she said, focus on them, not to necessarily listen to the other couples because they're working through their own relationships.
Okay, appreciate you. Good points. Naya, what's your thoughts?
I do think she was being a bit in the bathroom, a bit like, I think she was more offended because the other couples, everybody knows what they all had going on at the table. It was a lot of like finger pointing, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And it's like, well, hold on, y'all all got something. But when they were in the bathroom, I was like, oh, Lindy, girl. But I kind of understood in a way of like, well, y'all were talking about me, but I know this and I know that. So I think that it's kind of a toss up because I understand how she's growing to like speak up for herself, but against people who are trying to help you or against Miguel, which like you have to know how to do both at the same time. And I do think I want to speak about her moving away from the church because I think that's like an example of her getting her voice. Like if she can move away from her cult-like church, then she can also keep growing in the aspects of moving away from things that they taught her about being quiet or being so agreeable and malleable to what people want her to do.
Love that. Love those points too. Yeah, I mean, just watching her, it did give me a remembrance of. I keep saying cult, but it just because I've dealt with them for so long, it is given that when you question. Okay, someone said I shouldn't say cult-like church. It's a cult-like family. Okay, fair enough. Cult-like family. My bad. But like when someone's been in a cult, like they tend to defend stuff that you're like, but what are you defending? Like, and it just felt like for me in that moment, that's what she was kind of doing in that sense. Like they cover everything, so they want to make sure that no one has. You can tell the truth all you want, and they will still see it as no, you're attacking our people. Do you know what I mean? You're attacking my person, and then I'm thinking that she's learnt that and taken that on board, and even in the relationship. But I get why she was defensive because they were. I mean, yeah, they were coming. They were coming for them on the. They were coming for them a little bit on the table. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if Miguel wants to do, I'm open to, playing devil's advocate. Hey, if you're gonna play devil's advocate, just remember the devil gonna come to the table. Okay, so you know what I mean. No one else can really, or we can all, you know, say those things. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, I didn't know that she was SDA. I thought she came from another actual cult, but my bad. I apologize. I'm not trying to offend anybody's particular religion or faith, but she came from a cult with her family. Her family's a cultish. I'm sorry, it is what it is. Like, you know, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I don't know about SDA, but I know that from the family perspective, they're acting cultish. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, go for it, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, in a lot of cases, the family that you're brought up in kind of indoctrinate you into your spiritual beliefs, right? So I think there is an element of her being using her voice, finding her voice, and separating herself from what she may have been, the life that she may have been forced to live before, whilst growing up with her parents, you know. And this is kind of like a way to get independent and have something for herself, to a relationship for herself to try and cultivate. So I think that's particularly why she may be defensive, and also open to dating someone who's not as devout or as indoctrinated as she grew up being. There's maybe a sense of liberation.
Okay, yeah, appreciate it. Love for that. All right, cool. Any other thoughts on that, Nye, before we play the next clip?
I just wanted to say that I would say I don't want to demonize her whole religious sect or Seventh-day Adventist, but I do know that some sorry,
Don't worry, you're good. It happens to all of us.
Some of those sort of Seventh-day Adventists, Mormon, some of the Latter-day Saints are very cult-like, and that's where her family gets those beliefs from. And if you've watched, I'm very into sort of like certain documentaries, and I know that potentially some of the things that she was being taught and the way that she was brought up, it is cult-like. It is like, you know, you have a leader that you follow, and there's a way to dress and a way to talk and a way to be as a woman. And that's very, it's just basically subjugation of women. And I see that in Lindy, like you were saying, like she does act like somebody who came from a cult, and it's not just her family, but her church, and probably also the people she was allowed to be friends with. Like she said, she went to a religious college and things like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because and I guess I'll say it again as well. Even within sections of what we say Pentecostal, Baptist, you go to any denomination wise, there are sections of those churches that have cults within. So when I say cult, it doesn't mean the whole section of it is cult. It means that particular place where she came from is cultish. We have Pentecostal churches that are cultish. I've spoken against some of them before. You know, there are Baptist churches that some of them are cultist. When someone comes from a cult background, you can kind of tell by the way that they move and the way they talk and the way that they operate and the way they think about life. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like Lindy's giving me that energy, and just the way that her brother was talking, you know, I was like, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about it, you know. I'm not sure about these, you know what I mean? So when you come from uber strict environments where it becomes lawish, you know, you start to see that in how people behave and, you know, try to get out, you know, and try to maneuver, you know. So I get it, you know what I mean? But all right, cool. Let's have some other clips going on, because we've done Lindy. Now let's quickly address this one, because, you know, I didn't see much of them, or I didn't like much of them, to be honest, to have clips for them, but here we are.
Can do is really to try to thread that needle. Don't put so much pressure on me that you shut me down.
Yeah.
But don't just always give me the free pass either.
I'm so sorry. It's just funny the way he was he put it. I actually get what he means. It's just really, it's odd to kind of hear it, because I think, not even odd, I get what he means, but I'm just like, I'm concerned because I don't think he cares enough. I don't think he's ever going to get to that place where he's going to like Krysten. So I get what he's saying, and I'm with it, but I just personally think it's a waste of time to drop them bars, because I don't think he's really going to be about it. Chloe, it's good to have you on board. Let's get your thoughts.
Hold on, I had one thing I wanted to say before you switch topics.
Okay, go for it.
I just wanted to say that I don't think Lindy is actually ready for this just yet. Because of her background and like she's just like, you know, freeing herself from, you know, her religion and stuff like that. She's easily impressionable. So at this point, she's not strong in who she is, because even when she tries to explain it, like, I want to wait till I'm married to have sex, but I'm married to have sex, but I want to wait till I'm married. Like, she doesn't even understand who she is. And she's always reverting back to like, I did this with my fiance and things of that nature. I think that just by him implementing that he wants to have sex more than once, or even going ahead and giving her that massage, because y'all know that massage worked, okay? I didn't think it was going to work, but obviously it worked. She gave into it. And you know, like, sometimes that's just how it is. She's not strong enough to actually stand on what she's preaching. So I think that she should have taken a little bit more time to self-discover herself outside of her religion, and actually what she want to take from that religion and what she want to leave if she's going to step away. Because like some people in religions, we sometimes we're grounded. We're still grounded no matter what, right? So you always know, like, I can always, you know, leave the church, and if something happened, you know where your faith come from, you know where your strength lies. So you always sometimes revert to that. But I think she needs to figure out the balance between, you can still, you know, be a 7-day Adventist, but to a certain extent, if you want to, you know, leave completely, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a balance that she can have completely. Like, she doesn't have to be so cult-like to still be in her religion or to still have her faith. So I think that it's like being, like, you know, so religious that you're no worldly good. You know what I mean? You don't want to be like that. So I think if she finds a way to actually just find herself, then she'll be able to stand for something. She's easily impressionable, and he manipulated her. As much as she wanted to say he didn't, he did. And he didn't even have to do it. It didn't take him, what, a day and a half? Like, literally. I think it's important for us. We need to do this. And then next thing you know, bam, let me give you a massage. Let me put my, you know, thing on your butt. And next thing you know, bam, just like that. It's like, come on, girl. If you want to stand in it, stand in it. If not, then don't even bring it up. Just say, we'll do it when I'm ready.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Okay.
Chloe.
But I just had to say that because I was waiting in the back for that one.
It's cool, man. Hey, we like the additions. Thank you. I appreciate it. JR, what's your thoughts on you know, Mitch and Krysten situation? I'll play it again. Just remind everybody.
Can do is really to try to thread that needle. Don't put so much pressure on me that you shut me down.
Yeah.
But don't just always give me the free pass either.
What's your thoughts, JR?
It sounds like waffle to me, to be honest. But because the underlying fact that we've seen so far is he isn't feeling her anywhere close to how much she is into him, right? And I'm not necessarily sure she's actually more into him or into the marriage, like the process. She just wants it to work because everything else hasn't worked so far, you know? And this is an opportunity for her to achieve something that she's been waiting for a long time. But I think, going back to what he said, I think he's trying to express how his feelings can grow, right? He doesn't want to be shut down when he says something, but at the same time, he doesn't want, you know, just a open book or the free will to. He doesn't want her to be as easily like, if I say jump, you say how high type thing. I think he's trying to tell her that he wants like a balance, not one extreme or the other.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Nye, what's your thoughts, Nye?
I have to agree with you. I don't think that he likes her enough to really care that much. I think he was saying it because, of course, you don't want somebody you can walk all over. But I don't think that Krysten is really the person for him. I don't know if Mitch likes people enough to even be in a marriage, let alone a committed relationship, which is why he probably hasn't. So, yeah, I was just kind of letting that go one ear out the other because I think he probably wants to sleep with her, but genuinely be with her beyond the 8 weeks and in a full lasting marriage, I don't see it.
Cool. Appreciate it. Chloe, what's your thoughts on Krysten and Mitch? this conversation anyway, at least.
You don't want her. And Mitch is very weird. The fact that like by her being okay with him not liking her turns him on is creepy. It's like this sick satisfaction he gets on the low, and I don't like it. And like you don't go and tell someone, you know, I don't like you like that, and then turn around and pounce on him like, boy, what? And then try to tell me I want this to work, but I'm not sure if I'm not gonna back out, but I am gonna. No, like either you're in it or you're not. And if you're not gonna, you keep saying you're gonna work on it, and you're not really working towards anything. Nothing's changed from the beginning to now. He still has the same mannerisms. He's still saying the same things. He literally sitting at the table. They're just looking at each other like just even that conversation. I'm just like, he don't want her. And it's nothing that she can do about that. And I don't think it's ever going to grow like that. I don't think men function like that. And that could just be my opinion. But I think physical attraction is important to man. So if he's physically not attracted to her, I don't think that's going to just like pop up overnight. She can have all the personality she wants to. That's just my opinion.
Cool. I hear that. Thank you very much, Chloe. Crystal, welcome to the panel. Good to have you back on here. What's your thoughts on Mitch and Krysten, especially that conversation there?
That specific conversation, I do understand what he was saying, but that was like the button on everything that he had done previously. He was saying, "Hey, don't let me get away with stuff." Sure. But I agree with Nijay. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. He doesn't like people. Like he's not that's why he's so in love with the environment. The environment doesn't talk back. The environment doesn't have an attitude. The environment's not going to give you any, doesn't discriminate. The environment, he doesn't get, so that's why he's so in touch with the environment. I also think that that's the reason why he hasn't had a lot of previous relationships, because he's and also I think that he's been watching a lot of movies. I don't want to get any bots. He's been watching too many, sometimes when you do, other stuff, you don't have time for actual people and actual interaction with people. That would be too much of an inconvenience with him. That whole last night's episode reminded me of what his mother said, his brother said, his sister-in-law said, that he can be rude, he can be aggressive, he can be all of the things, because he doesn't care about your feelings. So he just wanted to pounce on her, and then he said, let's go at it. It is my honeymoon. Do you really think I'm going to respond that way? So I really appreciate how she turned it around on him. But specifically that conversation right there, he was trying to say, I appreciate that you weren't angry or hurt by what I said. And he was trying to say, I'm going to try, and this is what I need from you. But when has Mitch asked her, in this, I know it's only a few days, 4 days, what do you need from me? Because he doesn't care. That's why he likes the environment so much. That's what I think.
Okay. Strong opinions, baby. Strong opinions. But I get it. I'm with you guys. I'm not gonna argue your thoughts there. Let's move on from them, because I don't have more. I didn't have any more clips for them, to be honest. I don't think I had any more. Really was not hearing them too tough. I'm honest with you. In their conversation, go for it. Who's open their mic?
What did you think? Did you say what you thought about him saying? He pounced on her.
Maybe I can ask a question to you guys. I don't know. Now I'm starting to ask the question whether this actually pouncing actually happened. Because this just sounds so manic. One minute, but then again, he did say, he's been showing her two sides of himself. Do you know what I mean? I just think it's a bit mad. I just think to myself, bro, you're not interested, you're not excited about her. The honest truth is this: I know exactly what's going on. Yeah, he doesn't fancy her, but if I spend enough time with you, I can fuck you. Okay, yeah, I spend enough time with you, I can have sex with you.
I'm a guy.
Right? Yeah, and honestly, if you give us an opportunity, I'm gonna slide in and I'm gonna slide out. Okay, all right. So that's what's happening, and it's like, if you catch me at the right moment, I just need the right moment for you to catch me on. Okay, I'm a slide in, I'm a slide out. That's literally all it is. You get me?
I do think he pounced on her though, because he kept implying it a few times, like they did it. If you remember last episode, he kept talking like they actually did it already. Like, oh yeah, it was hot and heavy. You know, the fire was started. It could be lit. Like he amped it up. Like they did it. That's why when she said they did it, all of us was like, oh, so y'all did it? We was like, wait, what happened? Because the way he talked about it. So I believe that, I believe he did, try to make those advances at her, and she shut it down. Lindy, take a note. Shut it down, girl. Either you with it or you not.
Okay. JR, go for it. What's your thoughts? Love that, Chloe.
But again, the problem with this situation is she said to him last week that if she is very open to him stepping up the physical, sexual side of their relationship, and if she doesn't get that, then she's going to leave the marriage. It's pretty much over, right? So she does have an expectation of wanting the sexual side of their relationship to develop rather quickly as well. So I think, he did switch up. And the problem with Mitch, I think, is when he saw her mum, that's who he thought he was going to end up with. Right? That's who he wants to be with, the mum. And when he saw Lindy, like, he really isn't attracted to her physically. And because he's like, okay, now I'm in the process with her, there may not be a physical attraction or anything, but she has said that she wants to step it up in the bedroom. So now she's shut him down. It'll be interesting to see where they go from here, because she's told him two different things now, right? But again, there's no rush. Like, he can still grow into his feelings, but I just don't think it's going to happen, because once he saw the mum, it was game over from there.
I hear that. Okay. Yeah, I'm roll with that. I'm definitely roll with it.
I think the mom is reminiscent of, I'm so sorry. I think the mom is reminiscent of certain people that he watched on certain tapes. I think that's what he's looking for.
But then wouldn't that go against everything that he said he didn't want? That's what I'm saying. Like,
I agree with that.
But then he acts like another. Like, he was disgusted by her having on shoes at her wedding and makeup. I'm like,
and makeup.
In a dress. Like, in a wedding dress. He's mad at her for being in a wedding dress and shoes on her wedding day. But then when the mom walked out in her little, dress or whatnot, he was all like, is that my bride? Is that we haven't seen him smile like that since.
Exactly. Not once has he smiled like that since. He gave the mum, even when they sat down and they were conversing for a little while at the table, he gave the mum much more energy than he's given his wife in the entire process. Right? And he wasn't with the mum for long either. It was like fleeting conversation, but he was just so energized and, complete different guy.
Interesting. Nah, you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I do agree with Crystal. Like, sometimes the woman that a guy wants is very like, I don't want to call her mom anything bad, but more like outwardly sexual and expressive with herself. But the woman that they prefer to be with in a relationship has to be more homely, I guess.
Okay. Yep. I'm hearing that. Beyonce, talk to me. See, what are you saying, baby?
About the convo with Mitch.
I know you got bars.
I don't have much.
On.
He's just weird. He's just weird. I was actually waiting for you to get off of him, because I'm like, you're just weird. He's just talking. He's just talking.
Okay.
He don't want to be. I mean, he don't mind being here, but he gonna drag this whole season. I don't think he wants to be with anyone. I don't think he would be happy with anyone. He suffers from like not ever happy syndrome. Like, I don't think it's just her. He just reminds me of them people who just don't know how to be happy. Like he's very picky, very anal. Nobody's gonna be good enough. That's why I'm just like, why did he even choose this process?
With it. Okay, with it.
Wow.
All right. I'm with it. All right. She said womp. All right. Let's move on to another then. Let's move on to, I guess, Stacia and Binh and Morgan, because that was hella interesting.
She brought me aside and she said, "Don't tell anyone, but I have one course left on my BSN, my bachelor, and to me that means Bachelor of Science of Nursing. So in my mind, I'm like, wait, she's not a nurse yet." She brought me aside.
Ooh, Chile, BSN baby. She in a nurse yet? JR, your mic's open. Go for it.
Yeah, so I think this is a betrayal, man. I think he's definitely made a big boo-boo. The thing is, if your partner comes to you in confidence about something, all right, even if you feel a certain way about it, you still have to create an environment where your partner can come back to you whenever issues arise or whenever there's a problem, right? And I think what he's done is kind of jeopardized that space that they could have been cultivating right now. She's still on the path to completing the course. She just hasn't done it yet. So again, it's a bit judgmental, but yeah, I think he really messed up here. Slipped on a banana skin, man, in that one.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that. All right. I mean, to be fair, I kind of understand where he's coming from, but then at the same time, I'm like, bruh, was it a bit much? But I get it, right? Baby girl, why are you telling me in secret then that you only got one left? If it's not a big deal, why you gotta be like, yo, it's a secret, I haven't finished my course. You just said, listen, I got one left, but I'm a nurse, baby. Okay, go on, Chloe.
That's what I was thinking. My thing was like, I think that they both messed up, right? Because Binh, he said to the experts what he wanted, blah 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 blah. She kind of lied, told half truth, like, fully, so it wasn't completely the truth. Because if it was the truth, then she wouldn't have had to tell him in secret, right? So therefore, there is some sort of a lie, whether it's the full truth, halfway there, a little bit there, whatever the case may be. She felt as though she didn't want him to share it, so it had to be secretive enough. So in that sense, I think she was wrong. Yet he should not have went back and told anyone. Although I understand why he did it, I still feel like that's a boundary that you don't cross with your significant other. But at the same time, I think personally, I can't be mad at him for that, because as a woman, we have our expectations of what we expect from men. So if I say I want this person like this, that, and the other, and you go give me this person, and then come to find out that that's not the person because they told you something else, I'm gonna be looking like, what? Wait, how? Because that's just how women work. If you tell me you a lawyer, and then you tell me, oh, I just gotta take the bar, I just gotta pass the test, and now them will be a lawyer. Like, it don't work like that. So I do understand that he went. I don't know if we jumping ahead. Like, I don't know how far you want to go with the whole situation, but I do feel like I understand both sides of the argument. But he definitely shouldn't have went back and told nobody that. And I think she has a bad way of communicating. I think her communication skills is completely off, and that's why he's in a panic.
Definitely hearing you on that. Definitely hearing you on that. Go for it, C-Way.
I think there's a couple problems here, and y'all can correct me in the chat. But from my understanding, she's an LPN or ASN, whichever you want to call it. She doesn't have her BSN. What Morgan did to me was like master manipulator, Leo Virgo stuff. Don't come for me. But that it was. Oh, Chloe, you a Leo?
Not the Virgo. Leave us out of this.
I'll leave it to the Leos. But it's
not the Leos either.
No, it'd be the Leos. But it is a whole different level of manipulation. I have never seen in one scene two people being wrong back and forth at the same time. She's wrong because she knows good and well what she told the experts that she has a BS in, which means you have your bachelor's degree, which she probably believed having a bachelor's degree, regardless of if she's a nurse or not, would have made her more likely to be picked, because I would say most of the people that are picked on that show have bachelor's degrees. So that is a lie. It's actually a lie. And that's just that, because she wouldn't have been tiptoeing about it if it wasn't a lie. I understand that they do and function at the workplace similar things, if not the same thing. People wouldn't be getting a BSN if it didn't matter in some degree, if it's for pay, for status, whatever it is. So she was lying. And I think Binh had a right to be annoyed at that, because I would be like, if you're just like flexing the truth or bending the truth to the experts, are you going to be bending and flexing the truth to me? It's like, I don't know you. And everyone else who did like that, like the girl in the New Orleans season who said that she was a flight attendant, said she had a job and had a house, whole time was homeless. There's been hella women, especially, even though there's been some men like Matt and like in DC, but there's a lot of women who got on here have been bending and flexing the truth. Like, you have to investigate that. So she was wrong there. Where he was wrong is that he just took it to another level. Why are you being so immature, telling other people your issues? You don't even know these people. These aren't your friends. This ain't your mama. Like, you're just pillow talking and doing the most. That was very immature. And also the way he went in on her, talking about, I don't want nobody with debt. I don't want nobody who be beefing with their family. That was very judgmental and hard to listen to, because I'm just like, you're mad about one thing, now you're taking it to a whole nother thing, doing the most. Talk about you don't want nobody with debt, when most professional people have debt until Biden decides to do something about the situation. So most of us have debt. I mean, that's just what comes with having a professional degree. So that was weird. But then as soon as Binh realized he was wrong for his pillow talking, here she go. This is where the Leo stuff, the master manipulation. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. My trust is broken. She flipped it so bad that he forgot he was mad at her. I was like, wow.
Morgan is dangerous.
I was like, she is dangerous. How is he in the wrong? Like, he turned into be like, it went from both of them being wrong to now he's the only person wrong, and she has trust issues. That was the most diabolical circle that I have seen on Married at First Sight in a long time. I'm going to tell you right now, if Morgan's ability to do that was very, very dangerous, I don't even think Binh realized how much he got played. And I just had to bring that full circle, because it was a lot going on in that scene. Prayers out for Binh, because Morgan is, he was wrong, but she's different. She's different. So.
She's strong. Okay. No, I'm hearing you. I'm definitely hearing you guys. Okay. Who hasn't spoken on this yet? On the Binh and Morgan? No, go for it.
The Leo in me is a little offended. But
tell her again.
But I will say, because I genuinely believe you don't gotta lie to kick it. If she did not lie, none of this would have been turned around and her saying she just can't trust Binh. Girl, you lied. You lied. You did not need to lie. To the production, to Binh, like, you could have told them, I'm one class away. I don't know if that would have made the biggest difference. But you would have found out if Binh was immature and wanted to tell your business to other people, regardless of whether you lied about this. Y'all are going to have issues in your relationship. He could have told Tree anything, or Justin anything. So she just did not have to do that. And I will say, like, I was looking at her like, what? Like, are you sitting here trying to act like he's done something so terrible to you? This would have never happened had you not lied in the first place, and are still trying to keep it a secret and acting offended by other people knowing, when I don't genuinely think they would have cared that much. But the fact that you were lying made it so much more like diabolical, that they're kind of like, I don't know about Morgan, especially Justin, kind of picking up on her and being as empathetic as I think he is. Like, I don't trust her with my sweet friend is kind of the vibe I was getting. Even though I don't necessarily think that Binh is just so sweet and innocent, I do understand the perspective of, like, she was lying and now she's acting like he did something so terrible, but she's not acknowledging what she did in the first place.
Appreciate it. Good bars. Go for it, Crystal.
So, a college education is an investment in your future. I'm like, to me, it's just one class. I think that Ben over exaggerated, and he just went so overboard, and he just got in his feelings so much. Well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted somebody that was about family, and I wanted somebody like this. And all she said was that she doesn't have a good relationship with her father. Like, he really went in, and I definitely think um that they had the conversation before, and she was like, we can talk about it again, but let's just talk about it when we get back home. I was like, Ben, read the signs. Like, she doesn't mind having this conversation with you, but just not right now. Like, and her saying, I wanted somebody that was proud of me, that really hit home with me. And I just feel like the way he was talking to her, that had been going on for a minute, that he was just like, well, that somebody that's honest. And okay, let's say it was a lie, but to me, I was like, I think that she was afraid of judgment, because but I was like, girl, it's only one class. And he was just driving it into her. So, I mean, it was driving it in so hard. Now, I will agree with you, Siwei, that I said, oh, she turned this around. I was like, girl, like I said, that was pretty masterful. But at the same time, I said, trust is so paramount to her. I said that something has hurt her so bad that now anything that Ben does is gonna be like a lack of trust. How do I know? I don't, but she doesn't know you, and she confided in you something. And the fact that you went to Justin about it when you could have said, hey, I know you said you want to talk about it another time, but it's still sticking with me. So can we hash this out now, instead of going to your friend Justin? And you didn't. And that really hurt her. So she was able to turn that around, and now he's got to apologize. That was pretty masterful. But to me, I'm like, not Justin, what's his name? Ben, you really, you went overboard. I want somebody that's about family, and I want somebody that's, this is what I asked for. This is what I asked for, and I didn't get it. I was like, I just think you went overboard. And then I also think how she was going at him at the final dinner party. I said, that's her still being angry. That's her lashing out for what that's her still now lashing out in public with the other couples from their earlier conversation. Yeah. And that's that masculine side of her that comes out, because she had gotten softer, and she had really leaned in, and she was laughing and joking and flirting with him. And then when she's hurt, that's that Leo that will come out and fire and fight.
Who hasn't spoken yet? Has everyone spoken on it? Everyone's spoken on it? Go for it, Joe. You want to go for it? Go for it, yeah. Oh, sorry, I got you muted. My bad, bro. Hold on. Go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. So this is why, I'll just clarify, this is why I think he made the mistake, because when he went and told Justin, that kind of put him in a position where he can be blamed for the situation as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But really, it was her mess up. Like Siwei said, she told the producers, and she also told him that she was already qualified. So where he messed up is going to share that information. However, I think this Uno reverse card, or whatever you want to call it, that she tried to flip on him is also because she may be mad at herself for not being honest in the first place. But now, going forward, he's betrayed her trust in her mind, and she's also betrayed his trust to a degree as well. So it'd be interesting to see how if they're able to salvage or rebuild after this incident. I think if he didn't reveal to Justin, then there wouldn't be anything for her to kind of go mad at him about, So I really think, and also with the issue that she has with her dad, it will play a factor in her relationship. It will affect anybody, So again, maybe the anger she feels from the disappointment in him is based on something that she felt from her dad as well. So that could be a very crucial part to this as well.
I think the reason why this conversation came up, sorry, my hypothesis why this.
You ready there? Chloe, go after.
Sorry. I think my hypothesis why this came up is because Binh started making a big deal about like being financially stable, being done with his life, with his schooling, being done with his profession. And I see people in the chat trying to clarify. I think most of us understand that the nursing field has created now an unnecessary barrier for people who are basically doing the same work. I get that. I think the problem is that she still has to finish this course and she's still paying for school. Or still paying for this part of school to get the technical BS in. And Binh has made this big deal about like loans and financial security and being done with that part of her life. So she probably felt like, dang, I have to fully explain. Maybe I was vague to the experts. Maybe I lied to the experts. I don't know what she did. But clearly it wasn't clear to him that she still has schooling to do. And I think she was trying to get ahead of that. And I think he probably took it left because he's probably like, if you're saying for a person who doesn't understand about nursing, he's like, wait, you're a nurse. Why do you have schooling to do? And I think he kind of like spazzed because you see how he kind of went left with that whole conversation. So that's why I think this came up and why she felt the need to mention it, because if she didn't mention it now and she's studying later for school, he was going to freak out because you saw he's already freaking out. So okay, Linlin says I'm right. I think Linlin knows. So I think that's what I think why it kind of went left. And if they both would have took a second and probably like heard each other out, we may not be here. But they both went left in different ways and were doing the most.
Okay. Go for it, Chloe. Appreciate you.
That's why I said she's not good at communicating what she means. I think that she needed to explain it the way she kind of explained it to us in the confessional. Because once she explained it to us in confessional, it was like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. But I think the way she may have explained it to him was like, you know, I got to finish school. Not I got one course to finish and I'm like 1 month away. Like, you know, I think the details matter in that sense, right? But I also feel like at the same time, I understand why Justin went to go talk. Not Justin. I understand why Binh went to go talk to Justin. Do I think he should have? Absolutely not, because that was something that they, you know, she asked him specifically not to say. But I also understand that he was in a space as, first of all, our experts ain't never there. So that's one. Okay. But he was also in a space like, I don't know what to do because it's like I'm starting off my marriage in a lie. Like she's coming to me saying I lied to the experts to get here. And now I'm married to her. So he probably, and I honestly think that Justin, out of all the guys, was the right one to go to if you were going to go have that conversation. So I feel as though I understand why he did it. I wouldn't like it, but I understand that he just wanted someone to have that conversation with who's kind of in the same boat as him as far as getting married at first sight, just for a little clarity. Like, sir, am I bugging, or should I just let this go? Like, because I do know that, you know, we're married now, but it's uneasy for me. And that's what I meant by she didn't communicate that properly. I think if she would have clarified for him, or maybe if he wouldn't have talked to Justin and asked her for more clarification, they would have able to resolve it on their own. But I think it just all got lost in translation. But I do understand why Justin said, why Binh went to go talk to Justin. Because I feel like sometimes we need that conversation with someone else, not necessarily the person we're in it with, for the advice or the guidance or something like that, which is why the expert should be there. But that's another story for another day. But okay.
Yeah, I just think to myself, I mean the lie doesn't seem like a very big lie, but she lied. Like, and then I think my thing is, why lie? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just tell the experts you're a nurse, but you got one course left. Like, what are you trying to do? You know what I mean? So then, if you can lie to the experts, damn, you can lie to me. You know what I'm saying? There's one thing exaggerating, but you're basically saying you flouted the process by adding a little bit extra seasoning onto the situation when you didn't need to. That tells me a lot of things. I'm a bit shook. In a situation you didn't need to, you were under no duress, no pressure. You added extra seasoning onto a thing that didn't need extra seasoning. You're already a nurse. You're already an RN. Apparently you're already a registered nurse. All you need to do is your BSN. That's all that needs to be put down. That's it. You're a nurse. You know what I mean? But the need to lie tells me that under pressure, you gonna lie when it's me and you. When there's pressure in the relationship, you gonna lie. Because when you want to get what you want to get, you gonna lie. That's a principle. That's why I'm saying it can look worse than it actually is. I'm not saying, look, she may never lie again. But it's just like, I don't know you from Adam. So I don't know you from anything. So you start off with a lie? I gotta ask you some severe questions, you know what I mean? Because I don't know you, I can't put that trust in you. That's why the lie becomes bigger than it actually is. If I knew you already and you're already my partner, I probably wouldn't even call it a lie. I'd be like, babe, you added seasoning to that. You added seasoning to it. You added a bit of seasoning to that. Because I know you. I don't know you, so it's a lie. You know what I mean? Don't be calling your partner a liar. It can be very detrimental to your relationship. But so for that part, then the second part is Binh. Yeah, let me tell you this now. Once she told you, let's wait till later on and discuss this. This also tells me you're a blabbermouth, and you are no good at covering your partner. Right? I don't care how much pressure you felt underneath that moment. You agreed to her demand of not saying anything in that moment, and then you go and pressure builds out and you go and tell someone, then you got no leg to stand on either. And now I have to look at you as a partner like, yeah, if hell comes to water, you going to sink the ship with me. Like, what the heck? Like, bruh, can't you wait a few hours and talk about it? Or if you're stressed about it, put her up again and say, listen, I can't wait. I'm not going to lie to you. Let me pull you up because this thing is eating me, right? So then you go and tell Justin, which I don't think was necessarily a bad thing to tell Justin. It's just the timing that you chose to tell Justin. It's the fact that you agreed on a promise not to tell Justin, and then you go and do this, and then. But fair play to Binh, he did admit that he was wrong, and he knew he was wrong for doing what he did. So I appreciate the fact he knew that he was wrong, right? And this is for me, this has always been coming from Binh because you talked to your mum. You know what I mean? You that joke, I told you about that joke that he made to the boys earlier on when they said, oh, when you have sex, I'll come and tell you first. He wasn't joking. He will come and tell them first. Yeah, so he's got a weak mouth. It just blabs and just talks, and that's detrimental to any relationship because any form of pressure, that means you're gonna also speak and squeal. We can't have that. You're not gonna cover my back. I think these two, are meeting each other at points where they're probably gonna end up triggering each other. You know what I mean? And it's gonna be an issue now. We haven't got to the table scene. I'll play a clip for that part. But Binh got to that. As for the turnaround, look, old girl knew she did wrong. Okay, all right. I do feel like she has some form of. I can understand why she might be upset. I do understand that. But I think she was very clever in utilizing that moment to her advantage. And this is why I say to people that. You know what? Sometimes, I don't even think it's even necessarily her trying to manipulate, but I think sometimes it's almost as if we have an argument and I tell you to F off. And now the whole argument becomes about my F off because how I made you feel in that moment. Do you know what I mean? So now the argument loses its actual originality, which is there was an actual argument we were having, but because I went overboard and I said, oh, F off, I don't want to hear nothing from you, all the argument now becomes is, I can't believe you said F off to me. How dare you do it? And sometimes you're not even deflecting. It's just sometimes now you're just so hurt about my response, you lose sight of the other piece. Do you know what I mean? So next time, if he's got to make sure that he addresses this appropriately and doesn't agree to something if he knows he can't do it. But she too as well. She knew when she turned it on him as well that wait, broken my trust. You know what I mean? And I do believe that she does feel that way. That's my problem with her. She is a one cut off. She's a one cut off. And it's going to be very difficult for Binh to get her trust back because she's a one person cut off. That is what I was saying about in the very beginning of the season, that independent spirit that she carries, that hurt that she's carrying isn't healed, which is why I have no problem with Binh saying, maybe the way he delivered it, I think was wrong, but I have no problem with saying about, I'm a bit scared about your family situation because your behavior is showing it. just gonna be real with you, because I come from a family where we don't have those kind of problems. I enter another family where they're having this kind of problems. Family is important. You know what I mean? If your family structure is mad, I can almost guarantee some of you are carrying some madness from your madness of your family structure. So why, if you tell me your situation is mad, I'm going to look at you some type of way and be like, oh, but I think the way he delivered it potentially is the problem again behind that situation. The way he delivered it wasn't hitting the way it needs to hit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was interesting to see this. Sean, you're there, bro. What are you saying to me, bro? I don't know if he actually can hear. I don't think his camera's on. Okay, he'll come in a second. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hey, what's up? What's going on, everybody?
What's good on, Sean? They've been waiting for you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, who are you guys that I think I overheard a little bit? You're up to Binh and Morgan?
And Morgan, yeah. What's your thoughts, bro?
So, listen, I get it. I don't know what everybody else felt, but I'm like, I still don't understand why she's so upset, and you know, with this betrayal of it all over a lie. You lied, sis. You lied. You didn't give full disclosure, and you wanted him to be complicit in the lie, and he don't know you. Now, could he have kept some of that to himself? Sure, but I just don't get the outrage over him not keeping your lie. You know, there's no precedent for them two to be Bonnie and Clyding it up for him to be keeping her secrets. That's one. So that's one check for Binh. The second check for Morgan that I think, you know, she definitely was justified in feeling judged, was that Binh is like, has this, I don't know where these couples get this idea that you're going to come on Married at First Sight, you're going to tell them everything you want, and they're going to give you everything you want. I think like they need to take a 3-week crash course in the previous seasons of Married at First Sight before you get on the show. So that you don't walk around with some delusional fest thinking that you're going to get everything that you want. So I felt like he was super judgy, expecting Morgan to have the same relationship with her family that he did. You know, that's some of my assessment on those two. They ain't gonna make it. Long story short.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate it. They ain't gonna make it. I hear you, sir. Ain't no way. All right, let's watch. Let's put it on the end then, because Morgan was saying some things.
Having someone there, I've never had that. And I even told the experts, like, I need someone who's going to be able to take care of themselves, because when I get home, I can't take care of him. Yeah. I can't.
She said, when you get home, I cannot take care of you. Yes. I want to get people's thoughts on this, because when you get home, baby, take your own shoes off, take your own socks off, get your own meal, okay? Get your own plate and fork and knife. I don't want to hear nothing. Sit in front of the TV. I'll talk to you at 10 p.m. when we're about to go to bed. That's when I can talk to you. But all jokes aside, what was your guys' thoughts, what your ladies' thoughts as well, on this statement that Morgan made? Do you agree? Do you see where she's coming from? Was she being a bit too harsh? Was she retaliating? What is your thoughts on this situation? Chloe, you're turning up your mouth. Talk to me.
This is what I mean by she need to clarify some things. This is what I mean when I say she don't communicate effectively. Okay. First, what does your schedule look like? Okay. What are your free days? Okay. So some people say that nurses sometimes have like 3 or 4 days off. They work long hours the days that they do work. So it's a different understanding. So I get that on your days after work, you want to just go home. You want to relax and cool down. But then on your days off, where do he fit in? Do y'all do things? But this is my thing with her. I feel like even she said she want to check in. She just wants someone to check in with. That bothers me. I feel like as a wife, you're a wife now. So their well-being should be important to you just as well as yours. So of course we want a self-sufficient man who don't need us to cook and clean for them. You know, we want someone to be able to do that for themselves. But as a wife, I think that she needs to be able to provide some of his needs. Okay, whatever his needs may be, she's not being considerate of what he may want when she comes home. So what if he does want to, you know, cuddle up with her, maybe rub her back, you know, watch a movie, enjoy? She's like, no. I need you to go ahead, do your own thing. I don't have time for that. So it's like, I think I think she needs to clarify what she's talking about. She talks so vague that you don't know what the girl be going through. So based on the statements that she made, it's not gonna work. It's no way it can work. Cause how you gonna come home after work and be like, you good? Okay, I'm good too. All right. And go about your business. Like, that's not how this works. Even what's her name? Jessica and Austin. She was a nurse, right? She worked long hours, but they found a way to make it work. Like, she would come home, they would lay down, they'll talk, you know, whatever the case may be. She makes it seem as if she wants a roommate. That's why Justin Lex is like, she want a roommate? They don't like that. And I'm like, I'm with y'all. Like, what's happening? Because I'm not checking in with my husband. Like, I may check in while we at work, but once we get home, baby, it's full blown. Like, we here now. So once again, I just don't understand why did you come on Married at First Sight? Like, if you want to be independent and you just want someone to check in, girl, get a dog or call your friends when you get home. But this ain't that.
I'm hearing you, Chloe. Strong bars. JR, what are you telling me?
Yeah, I think she was crystal clear. I don't think there's any vagueness in what she said. I think she was keeping it real. She exposed what she's looking for in the marriage to a degree, you know. When she finishes her nursing shifts, she wants to come home, basically just say, hey, how you doing? Quick catch up. And then that's it. She's going to bed, catch up on her sleep, or, you know, do things that don't involve him. And I think after being unsuccessful to a degree in the dating field, and now having to go on Married at First Sight to try and get what she wanted, which is a marriage at the end of the day, yeah, like, she needs to snap out of that mindset if the relationship is going to recover from the betrayal, the double betrayal, if you even want to call it that. Because that, again, is going to push him away. That's going to make him be like, well, look, every day I come home from work, she's not here. When she does come home from work, then she doesn't want to engage with me too much. So what are we doing? We're not going to be building closeness and togetherness. And then I also think that she may need to, as Sean said, she needs to take a crash course in watching some of these previous episodes as well, previous seasons as well, because you have to have a balance, in my opinion, with your work life and your private life, right? If you work to the point where you neglect your partner when you're coming home, then it's going to be detrimental. Like, there's no two ways about it. A lot of people are on this show because they do have a busy work life and they have not made the time to find a partner to be with. Or they've just been unsuccessful in dating. But once you close that door when you get home, you need to leave your work behind, and then the work starts in your relationship. Like, every day. There's no days off because you're married now. You know, if you want a break, if you want time apart, that's cool. You can go and meet up with your friends every once in a while, go out for dinner or something like that, quick catch up. But if you just want to be by yourself and you're living in the same house and you're married, then that's confusing, you know. Like, you're not by yourself anymore. You're in a marriage, so you need to be trying to build with your partner, and that involves spending time with each other and learning each other. You're not going to learn each other if you're not with each other doing the work.
Definitely hear that. Who else got next points? Crystal, go for it.
I think she's selfish and uncompromising. I think that as soon as that wall went back up with whatever happened in the previous conversation, like I said, she said, oh, this wall's going back up and I'm not going to be able to she said, take care of him. And she doesn't understand, like, okay, I get it. Somebody in the chat said that she's an ICU nurse. Sorry. And that's very intense. That's a lot. So when she comes home, she wants to be able to decompress. Okay. So you need to really understand that. What does that decompression look like? Is that 30 minutes to yourself and then you are engaging with your husband and you are in a marriage now, that this is another person? Is that because Justin even mentioned it. He said there's Call of Duty and Muay Thai and working out and the other stuff that you do. So where do I fit in? And not once did she ask what you want or what you do to what he does to decompress, what he does to spend time with himself or whatever. But yeah, it was very telling, and that was her intense, as we've been saying it, like the kind of, that masculine driven type of I just need to be alone type of thing. But now you're not, and now you're going to have to make some changes mentally, emotionally, everything. And now you're going to have to share your life, and what does that look like? And she doesn't know what that looks like, and she's not going to be easy to make those changes. And it's actually, Justin, it was really kind of sad. He was just staring at her. It was just staring at her without the commentary from frickin' Frack, who were already a train wreck. We didn't need that. We could already see Justin, the look on his face is like, where do I fit in all of that? So, and her just like going on and talking about how she just, I need somebody. I told the experts, I want somebody that's going to be able to do for himself. Okay. Yes, you may not need to cook or clean for him, but what does, spending time with your man look like? And yeah, she's not even considering that. So considering that she's gonna have to make changes. So it's gonna be very interesting. And now that he's hurt her feelings, and now that he's like broken her trust, as she said, she doesn't care to make those changes. That's it.
Hear that? Nah, go for it.
So I think with Morgan as a nurse, she serves people all day. So in her personal life, she definitely has adopted this, like, I'm going to do what I want and I'm going to have my time for myself. But that's not conducive to being in a marriage. So why are you here? Especially if you're just going to say, well, this is what I want to do. And I already know that I'm not going to want to come home and cook. I'm not going to want to come home and even like love and cuddle and whatever. That's like, why would you be married if you don't even want to be affectionate with the person you're married to when you get off of work, even like for a little bit? She was just like, yeah, no. But I'll be optimistic and say maybe they can come together and go to the gym because that's something they're both into. I don't know if Ben plays video games, but maybe he can come into her world a little bit and that could open her up to him more. That's being optimistic. But I do think that Morgan, I don't know if she heard herself, but hopefully watching it back, she knows that she was just being very rigid about what she wanted and not really being open to what he wanted, as well as I'm gonna hop off the live. Thank y'all for having me. Bye.
Thank you, Nye.
Rigid, that was a good word, rigid.
You're muted, Koja.
Oh, sorry. Go for it, Sean. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I was going to, just reinforce the fact that she has a backwards idea of what marriage really is. And I think like between Chloe and the other young lady, it's like the selfishness point was like brought home. And anybody who's been in a marriage, I mean, shucks, a long-term serious relationship, those I'm just going to put it out there. I know sometimes people get upset when we distinguish marriage from serious relationships, but I'm not going to mince words. When you get married and you stay married, that is the most selfless thing you can do, because the idea for the marriage to be successful is that I'm giving of myself, doing things on a consistent basis that I don't want to do to please my wife, and then she's doing the same for me. You want to have a happy, healthy marriage, the me, and I has to go out the window. So, and that to me is what Morgan leads with. And it does represent a microcosm of society where there's this idea that I can have it all, I can do it all. and I'm going to put the pieces together of what my marriage is going to look like, well, good luck. And let's see how that marriage works year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 down the line. You know, because in order for it to be successful, it's me sacrificing. So if I'm going to sit here and say, I want to do everything I did in my singledom, and now I'm going to take all the single things that I did, and now I want to take Bachelor Sean into being husband Sean, it's wrong. Just like I got to be faithful in my marriage, you got to sacrifice. So, you know, you pull it together and you figure a way to make it work. Or you don't get married, you remain single, you have somebody who, you know, you can have a relationship that they're willing to work with that. But, you know, that her idea, her notion off bat is just totally the opposite of what it's going to take to be successful. And it's even more unfortunate that Binh that's not going to work for him. He's used to his mama nurturing him, guiding him, telling him what to do, and that ain't going to work. I unfortunately think, like, and I don't like to throw the masculine feminine around a whole heck of a lot, but she's very masculine. She's very masculine. Not even in, you know, her lurching around, just her mannerisms, her ideas, her thoughts, you know, and us men will get criticized for saying that, look, babe, I had a long day at work. I just want to go home and watch TV. Or I just want to go home and chill out. And you know, and rightfully so, our wives are like, no, you there's more to be done. So Morgan can't get away with that. Sorry. My plane has landed.
Oh, go for it, Stephen. Go for it.
Okay, guys, I get what you're saying. I'm just gonna go with Chloe's theme. I think Morgan has a piss poor way of saying things, but if I can decipher what she may have been saying, if we're gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, giving her the benefit of the doubt, I believe maybe, because time will tell, what she was trying to say is that her job is really, really hard. It's very stressful, and she doesn't want to come home to a man child. I feel like she was also saying, which I relate to, which I feel like every individual should relate to, that sometimes when you come home, like when I come home, I get on TikTok, probably too long, but I lay in the bed, I get on TikTok, and I just lay down for a little bit. And most of the time, I don't talk to anyone. I just like browse or go on YouTube because that's just my way of decompressing. I don't feel like that you should you should like not have that just because you're married. Like, you have to be a human, and it's okay to have like your own time. I think the problem is that you're saying this in this way, one, probably for the first time in front of your husband now, in front of all these people. You're saying it harshly, and you're saying it like you don't have no time for him, which what I felt like, because I remember watching it, I was like, oh, I don't like the way this sounds. But I think what she's trying to say is she wants to make sure she has time to decompress, and she doesn't want to be coming home after a long day in the ICU and to be taking care of another individual, another grown individual. But I do believe that it could have been said better. I also would say that with a regular marriage, and even for people who are in regular marriages, it takes a long time sometimes to switch into this mode of marriage and the idea of it. And that's even when you've been in a long-term relationship that leads to marriage and you had a long runway. And even that, sometimes when you finally get married, you're like, wow, like I have to completely switch my way of thinking. Like I need to start trying to do things a little differently. But I will try to give them a little bit of grace with these new stranger relationships that maybe she hasn't kind of figured out that everything she did in her single life is going to work in her marriage life. But I do think we got to give them a little bit of a runway. And I think Morgan needs to find some tact in the way she says things, because I don't think she says things very well. But I don't feel like we should be insinuating that you don't deserve, man or woman, when you come home from work or do anything, some alone time, some decompressed time in your man cave or your woman cave, whatever you need, because I feel like that's the reason why people are scared to get married, because they think you have to sacrifice your whole self to be married. You still are individual, and you still should, hold on to that. I'm just saying, a lot of people, you sacrifice all your individuality trying to please someone else, trying to take care of a man child, trying to do everything else you're trying to do. You're going to burn yourself out, and it may not last long. Like, always hold on to at least some of you. Not all of you. You may not be able to take all of you, because I've been told that. They're like, Christian, single you is over. Mourn that person. Take what you can and move on, but don't lose all of you is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna give you that, and that's why I said that she needed to say, "Hey, after I get off of work, I need to take 30 minutes, and I need to decompress, or I need to whatever." But when she says, "I can't take care of him," like, my job is real. I'm a nurse, like, but I just feel like she should have been much more clear in how she said it, because she was really honing that home. Like, okay, if that's the case, then why did she say, I told the experts that I need somebody that's going to be able to take care of themselves? Are you talking about cooking and cleaning? Like, he never said that he needs you to cook and clean for him, or be that person or that helper for him, So I just think that she should have been a little bit more clear, but I hear what you're saying. You're muted.
I pressed the unmute button. I don't know what happened. I took it as she didn't want a man that needed a lot of extra help. Like, there's some men that need you to fold his clothes, or they need you to, like, pick out their outfits for the day, and they need you to cook their meals and wash their clothes. I mean, I know men who are like that, and there's women who are really great for those type of men. That's not me, So I probably would say, again, with tact to the experts, if you like how Elijah Wan last season was talking all that nonsense. Like, if you need all of that, then I'm not that person. I really need a self-sufficient man. Now, that doesn't mean we can't spend time together. I know, Chloe, like you were saying, like, you want to spend time, bond, do things together. But, like, neither one of us needs to be reliant on each other to be our whole human selves.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of women have bought into this, like, I'm going to take care of a man and all of his human needs. And for all the women who want to do that, great. But there's a lot of women who want to make it clear, I don't want to do that. And I think that's what she was trying to say, again, in a not tactful way.
I know you've been chomping at it, Chloe, so go ahead and I'll go after you.
No, I just want to say, I think what she wanted to say was that she wanted someone who's understanding and supportive of what she does. But her words don't come out right. I think that what she meant, I think she's trying to understand that I need someone who understands what I deal with on a daily basis and is supportive with the fact that I'm not going to be there to cook and clean for them on a daily basis, and they understand that. But she just has a weird way of putting things, and the tone behind her voice doesn't help it, because she says it's like, I need someone who, is going to do their own thing and not, depend on me, which is absolutely understandable. But like Seaway said, I think that I'm not going to say, I think that she needs to learn that compromise, because you know how you say don't lose yourself, and I completely agree with not losing yourself, but you also have to realize that when you get married, you become one. So if you're not willing to lose some part of yourself in a compromise, not like, your wants and needs and aspirations, but like, that thing that brings you together, then there's no way this is going to work. So are you going to be able to give up my tie at least once a day of the week? Or are you going to be able to make that compromise to be there for him when whatever he needs? Because I remember, is it JRX TV? When you said, dang, I lost my thought that fast trying to say a name. When you said that it'll come back to me. I lost it that fast.
No, that's good. That's good. It'll come back to you. Don't worry. It'll come back to you. Sean, what was you going to say?
Sure. So I hear the benefit of the doubt, Seaway, that you're trying to give her, but the way Morgan has spoken and the past comments that she has made
don't give me that she's just looking for a little bit of me time when she walks through the door. You know, in the past, she's made comments about, you know, being independent and overemphasizing what that means to her, right? And not bending, not flexing. So to me, this is just yet another example of her unwillingness to accommodate her husband, right? And in my thing, it's we both have accommodations to do, right? So just the same way, and if we both have that approach, right? If I come into it and I say I want to be my whole Sean and I'm not giving in, right? And if she comes in and with that same mentality, you're already off to a very, very difficult starting point. And especially in a Mafs process where you really need to be open because you're just getting to know that person. And in a real life situation, as your relationship grows and you evolve to the point where the both of you are ready to get married, you've had time to get to know each other. You've had you have a basis point to judge from how that person handles different aspects of the relationship, right? And how they will, you know, be accommodating when they need to. And in some instances, there's certain things that there's boundaries for them for, right? But if I'm meeting you off top, first time, we're just getting to know each other and we're plunking to a marriage, and I'm already coming with this attitude of what I'm not going to do, then that's already starting from a bad place. And it's just setting the relationship up for some challenges, because anytime you lead with the negative of what you won't do, yeah, that to me signals red flag. It definitely in a Mafs process, because what you won't do is going to get you a lot of, you won't be saying yes on decision day for either one of you.
I can't. I need someone to come home to who can take care of himself, who's good on his own by himself, because like I need to de-stress at the end of the day. I don't want to come home and keep taking care of people.
Let me be honest. You know, hopefully this is edited. I'm gonna say, just by going what we heard, what I would if she had a communicational error, I don't think she's dumb. I also don't think she has a failure to communicate. Personally, she said what she said and she meant what she said. Okay, I can't come home. I can't look after you. Okay, now she might have been shooting a little bit because maybe she feels like Benny. Maybe she's seen what we've seen a bit from the clips, which is Benny's a bit of a mama's boy. Maybe she has seen that little part of it. I don't know. Maybe she has seen that. It's a bit early. I don't know if she actually would have seen that living in hotels. I don't know. Maybe some of the conversation maybe has exposed that he's a bit of a mama's boy, right? So maybe that's her. Maybe that's her kind of shooting at that point. But I think to myself, first and foremost, we know your background, Morgan, from what you've given us. And the background is telling us that you are a very independent person and you like to get your way. So there is no failing communication. Your own friend told you with her chipped tooth at that point that, fam, you didn't even pay for the tooth, anything. You banged her in the mouth because you've done your thing. You're a person that likes to, you know, be ruggy-tuggy. You're not a bad person. You just like to do your ruggy-tuggy stuff. You know, you like to do your own thing. You're a super independent person. This was always going to happen because you're super independent, right? And when you end up being super independent, when you end up being super independent as well, right, you struggle to allow people into your space because it's all about you. Now, when you come into a relationship, this is why I said I have an issue with her, because I had the same issue with Nate. Why is it taking you so long to understand how to accommodate somebody in your life? That's not a marriage issue. That's an issue of you don't know how to do that anyway, because that should be a natural inclination to be like, hey, look, maybe I'm not sure how I'm going to juggle it all, but you know what? If we're on an ATV and you told me before we got on an ATV you're a bit scared, I'm going to pick up on the signs and be like, let me not go too fast. Let me not be on my phone, right? If we're now talking and asking what you're going to do for each other, and your thing is what I'm not going to do is going to come home and you all she had to say was, listen, look, you know what, when I come home I'm tired and stressed. Well, I don't want to have to also do the extra stuff, but you know, I want to be able to spend time with my partner. So, you know, we never heard any of that. We never heard, you know what, maybe on a weekend or when I have my free days, that's when we're going to actually bond together and get to know each other. I'm going to just say this. I think she's going to say something that may, you know, I think she's intellectually also out of her depth with Binh. I know it sounds mad. There was something that he said, yeah, and she responded in a way that I've seen when people feel like they're not in the same intellectual group as that person. Doesn't mean that necessarily he's that smart or anything, but when they were talking at the dinner, he said to her, like, how are we going to quantify what we're doing in a relationship? Da, 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 da. And she immediately said, I mean, I don't know how that look. What do you mean? And then threw the question right back at him. I said, when people do that, it's because they don't understand. They can't reason the question you've asked. So instead of looking dumb, I threw it back at you. No, just answer the question. How is that relation going to look? Then he had to answer it by saying, well, I think we need to, every week just kind of take time, spend time with each other, go places, do this, do that. And the question was very simple. I was like, oh, okay. But she couldn't reason the question. I said, ooh. So maybe, and so partly, I think he might be a bit, judgmental, and he might also be a bit pompous as well with his particular energy. But I also feel like she might have felt insecure and a bit insignificant because he carries himself with a bit of confidence in what he does and how he moves about as well. But there's no way you're telling me, Morgan, that you by mistake said what you said in that moment about, when I come home. Basically, you were letting him know, when I come home, I don't come home to you to cater to you. And we don't have to just even take her words. Just when someone's super independent, that is what they're saying to you. If I'm when I deep it as well, imagine we had a man on here saying to you, when I come home, I decompress and I don't hear nothing. When I come home, nobody's going to say, well, let's try and understand what he said. Let's try and give him a bit of grace. Because, what he really meant was when he comes home, he doesn't want his wife stressing him. We'd all be looking at him like, he's mad, he's crazy. We definitely know he doesn't want his wife. What's he on the show for? And I'll agree with you. Because what's he on the show for? Telling us, when I come home, I don't no one to talk to me. I want to decompress. You know what I mean? When I come home, I don't want to have to do my manly duties. Right? This is another thing as well, which maybe I'm being a bit mad. But this whole thing of, when I come home, I'm not going to look after you. When I come home, me too, I'm not going to come and do my manly duties either. Don't ask me for anything. Don't ask me to do my manly duties in your life, because me too, I'm going to relax. I don't want to hear nothing. I want to drink my beer. I want to watch my football, and do not disturb me. We don't get to have this. Men don't get to say that kind of thing. You can't say that. Now, if your man is saying that, please get rid of him. All right? If any ladies here and you heard your man say to you, listen, that's what he's doing, get rid of him. But if somebody says that when I come home, that's it. I will be looking at you. If you tell me this and you're my friend, I'll tell you, darling, get out before you come and you end up being that person's mother. You be that person's mother. You will just be doing everything. So you can't tell me that because you want to. I may run a 12-hour shift. Now, I know, of course, I'm not looking after patients, and I know my life is not as strenuous, right? But we've all got a job. Yeah, I'm on YouTube 15 hours a day. Imagine I say to my wife when I get a wife, you know what? I was on YouTube 15 hours a day talking to people, so I haven't got time. When I want to come, I want to decompress. I want to watch Netflix, and I don't want to hear your voice. Imagine I say that. So I agree with you. She should definitely be saying, I need time to decompress. I think everybody needs that. I think when you come back from work, I think it's a beautiful thing. Hey, take an hour out or whatever, half an hour you need to go, read a book, chill, sit down, just decompress from work, because work is mad. To overall say, I don't have the time to take care of you, that was not decompression she was talking about. She's saying, I do not have time to take care of you at all. That's what she means. So for me, it just sounds mad. You get me? Go for it, Sean. And if the lady
Two things, real quick. So one, I've been side-eyeing her, combined with her body language, her commentary throughout these last few episodes. And then she hit us with she really don't want kids. So all of that together just equals somebody that's really not nurturing. They don't have that nurturing capability in them. And guess what? What is in the top 5 professions for women that get divorced? What's in the number 1 through 5? Nurses.
Oh.
Nurses.
I didn't know that.
And Seaway just popped on camera. Attorneys are up there too. Facts, not fiction. I'm gonna bring us some stats like our good brother, Mr. Z.
Sean, you tripping? Anyone else? Anyone else want to jump in that part there? Anyone else want to jump in that part? Hey, Keffy, how you doing? You're right. Jump aboard. We haven't heard from you. We're talking about Morgan and Binh. Good to see you. Lovely smile. Talk to me. What's your thoughts?
this show is a mess, and it's been a mess for seasons. So everything we talk about is always problematic. But for her, I just think she doesn't have a relationship with herself. So she thought that getting a partner that could possibly understand her with all of her problems. And here we are where everything she's doing is problematic. She's sensitive. She's not a good communicator. She's just a mess. And I don't really care for them, so I don't have too much to say on them. But I think Binh is definitely more involved than her. But I also think Binh doesn't have enough social skills himself. I mean, who hasn't been around people who have, messed up families, and who doesn't have compassion to understand student loans are very common, amongst the youth of today. So I just don't get his deal, and I don't get her deal, and they shouldn't be married. They need relationships with themselves, and mama boys are problematic. So
I agree
that even if he's not causing much trouble yet, he's gonna do it along the line. So I don't think they were well matched at all.
Appreciate it, Kefu. Thank you. All right, cool. Let's move on. I don't think I have any more clips on them, so we can move on to Stacia and Nate. Let's start with our first clip with Stacia and Nate.
Guys, we've all tried to get it in like earlier than later, sooner than later, and that messes things up. It makes things complicated.
Why does it make?
So Nate said, obviously, sex, complicates things. Sex, makes things, early on makes it difficult to, just formulate some of these, tighter knit bond relationships that you're acquiring. I mean, do you agree? I mean, we spoke about this yesterday a little bit. I mean, the other day a little bit as well. But I mean, do you agree what he said there was? What do you believe him? Do you think he's lying? Do you think he's maybe just, what's your thoughts around this as well? Okay, Chloe, I love the way you're tilting your head there. It's telling me you've got answers upon answers for us today. Chloe, talk to me, baby.
Nate lying.
Not Nate lying.
Nate lying. Nate ain't never wait for no emotional connection to have sex with nobody. Please stop with the madness, sir. Stop it, okay? Because look, a part of me still feel like they did it in that shower. We're not gonna find out until the reunion, but that's another story. But I'm pretty sure that if she was gonna give it to him, he wasn't waiting for no intimate relationship, because he's the same one. Like, we're gonna find out who had sex first. Ha 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 ha. Like, just a child. But I really don't think. No, absolutely no. Immediately no. And that's all I got about that clip. No, he lying.
Fair point. I hear you. Crystal, what are you telling me?
I think that Nate's had years of being like Mitch. And so he said, well, for now, I'm going to put it on hold. But I think that Chloe might be right. Either he's lying, or he said, I'm going to wait for a minute and then we're going to get it in. He said that this is only temporary until we get to that apartment. Or actually, I definitely think they're going to do it before the end of this honeymoon, that they've done it before the end of this honeymoon. Yeah, either he's lying or he's been Mitch before plenty of times, that not Mitch, what's his name? That just like you guys were having the show the other day, and Chloe asked, after they have sex, they lose interest. He don't want to be that person, so he wants to hold off for a minute, but it ain't gonna be too long. Yeah, and honestly, yeah.
I hear you. JR, what's your thoughts, man? You believe him?
I think he's just proceeding with caution. I don't think he's entirely sure of her yet, because they've had a few conversations that have gone a bit, with the post-nut, prenup situation, a few other different things. I think he's basically saying that if they do have sex, if they haven't done it already in the shower, like you said, if they do, and they haven't done already, it may make things a lot more difficult to go their separate ways if it doesn't work out. Because as we've seen, if the guy initiates the sex in this particular format, then it may be seen as him trying to manipulate or get his own way, right? We kind of see a lot of removing the consent from the woman's point of view, because she may want it too, right? Remember, they're married, so there isn't really a time frame. You can't say, "Oh, I'm waiting till X anymore," or "I'm going to give you 90 days," or anything like that, right? You have to organically get to know each other, and that is on so many different levels. So I think he's just treading very carefully and trying not to lead with sex before he gets labeled as some type of sex maniac, or he's only after one thing and he's not interested in the other parts of knowing her.
Good points. I like it, Jay. Thank you. Good points there. Good points there. Okay, cool. Seaway, what are you telling me, baby? I don't know if you're actually there, Seaway, to be honest. I think she might have stepped away quickly.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry. What are you telling me?
Yeah, I mean about the how sex changes stuff. What he said.
Yeah, what he said. Do you believe? Well, do you actually believe do you believe that he's being honest about that though? Do you feel like he's telling his truth? Do you think like he's saying that from a truthful perspective, or is he just kind of just being a bit airy fairy and trying to be quite contrary?
I don't know. I don't know what he be talking about or why he be talking about it. I'm just as hesitant as Stacia is right now with him. It's just a wait and see game with everything that he says, including that. I actually didn't even remember he said that until you just played the clip, because everything he say I'm questioning. But I'm not trying to get on y'all bad side and just be like hard on him, because he is like the. No, but like he's like
if he's mad, he's mad.
But him and Tree are the only black dudes, and y'all are good for saying that we harder on people of melanin and this and that. So I'm really just No,
you go hard. You go hard for the go hard.
It's the double standardization of it all. We done Binh said Nate is giving dust pox.
We said that.
I gotta wait till y'all say he dusty for.
Don't let us pull up the receipts. We done said that. We said dusty in the air was hard.
Let me let you go. You about to lawyer us? Go ahead. Go.
I'm not.
She about to lose.
No, I'm not. I'm not even gonna lawyer y'all for me to actually win. But what I'm saying is that that statement could have been BS. It could have not have been. We don't know. There's other stuff throughout this episode. I got to comment on Nate, but that one I'm just like, whatever. Who knows? Who knows what he thinks? He's trying to get into that house.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna say whatever it takes to get into that little prepaid house.
I guess that the dust box sister, because that's what we called him. That's what we're trying to say. That's what we called him. We was consistent, baby.
Oh, we let him up. We even went to his little YouTube channel.
Wait, let me calendar that. Okay.
Oh, freaking out. All right, cool.
Not today.
Not today, Seaway. Not today. Sean, what's your thoughts on this, man? What do you think about this, man?
Yo, it is the wishy-washy spin cycle. That is all Nate does. You know, and then it's just like wherever the wind blows, you know what I mean? Like the thing that like I wanted to be like, all right, I'm being too hard on this brother, right? So, but then when she was talking to him when they were laying down, I don't know if this was between when they were laying down or they had a couples conversation, but she was like, you know, I want to peel back layers. I want to get to know you. I want us to, you know, to really get to know the true you, and his response was, I'm moving in the house though. Bro, that's a benefit, bro. That's not I'm moving into your brand new house. Like, bro, like where is the sacrifice? Like, I need goggles. Like, where are they? Like, where are my binoculars? Let's pull them out, because that ain't no sacrifice, bro. That's very much I'm using you. Right? I'm benefiting. I'm going to go into you. And you could already tell by Stacia's energy, the crib is going to be cribbing. You know, so it's going to be some little like noise studio hole in the wall that, you know, you can bump your elbow and be in the kitchen and the living room and the bathroom at the same time. No, this is going to be fly. So I don't understand how that was his answer for vulnerability, his answer for anything. So
to me, it's like, bro, that just shows your lack of depth, because that's, that's what I guess. What's this guy's name? The one with Lindy, Miguel.
Miguel.
Right? That's what he was talking about. Although he should just be quiet and sit in the corner, he shouldn't be the messenger. But he was speaking facts, because there is not a lot of depth to him. He's busy curating. Oh, check out me and Stacia. We're on the ATVs. We're on the quads. We're passing the ocean. Bro, like, I get it. You want to have content, but, like, be in the moment. Let us really get to know you. The whole therapy conversation, like, well, you could tell by the way he was asking, he meant, let's wait till we have a problem.
Yeah.
And then once Stacia was like, no, I want us to be proactive, because, hello, you go to the doctor annually for a checkup. You don't wait till you got a tumor and then you need surgery. So Stacia had the right idea. I love that she said that. I think that was like spot on. You know what I mean? But he was just like, okay, yeah, I'm done with that. I could do that. Bro, come on. Have a mind, have a plan, have a vision. We always say that. The man has to have a vision and a plan. Nate ain't got no plan, ain't got no vision. The only vision, his vision is cloudy from all the dust. And I'm done.
But I have a question. If we think about it, right? Especially based on the nonsensical conversation that we had, whatever day that was, Tuesday. What type of black, if y'all haven't seen, please go back and watch that conversation. Maybe the most entertaining 3 hours of my life on Tuesday. But if you really think about it, right? What type of man would be on Married at First Sight but a Nate? If you're thinking like black men, if you're thinking about like the black man, the successful black man that is already very rare. You're gonna have all the successful black women that are gonna want you, all the baddies that are gonna want you. Then you got the white women that are gonna be chasing you, right? The black man that Stacia really should be matched with would never be on Married at First Sight, and I feel like that's why we keep seeing this. We keep seeing the Nates, and or you see the men who are just like unattractive. So the ones who may be financially successful, but they haven't been able to pull girls because they're either short, unattractive, all the statistics that was named on Tuesday. So I'm starting to think it's very dangerous position for a Stacia to go on Married at First Sight, because who are the experts gonna find that's gonna really match with her? Like, I think it's quite a dangerous situation. Because if you're attractive, like Lindley said, like the Olajuwons, you see what he came with, or you see like the Nates, he's giving homosexual, or if you do have a little bit to your name, you're looking like Tree. It's an effed up situation to be in, honestly.
I hear that thing you see, Wade. Ludwin, talk to me, baby. What's going on?
Hey, everyone. Are we just talking about that little clip, or just the couple in general?
Well, we're discussing that little clip. We have other clips, so we'll go. So just that little clip.
Okay. Based on that, I feel like he was trying to find the words to not say that he didn't smash. Like, he was just rambling on too long, so it just seems like he was lying. There was a video that he took when they were in that jacuzzi, I believe, when she was wearing that bathing suit, and he was like, yeah, look at her, that's my wife type of face. Like, you don't have that kind of face unless, like, you know you touched something. You know, like, you've been there. You feel me? Like, there's a energy that he was giving as if he's already been further than what they letting on. Because I remember, what was that season with that mixed guy dating that white girl?
Ryan and Clara.
There we go. They were lying through their teeth the whole season. and later on we find out that they've been having sex the whole time. So that's what I'm getting from them too. That they're trying to, you know, keep that squeaky clean energy on screen. But it just feel like they have already touched each other in their private parts.
Ludwig, you bad. Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. Let's move to the next clip.
Coach, can I just have a quick retort to Seaway's low-key shade for the black dudes on Mafs?
Go for it.
Listen, ain't nobody in the Mafsdom winning, whether it's the women either. Ain't no black baddies out there coming through Mafs. When's the last hot one you seen that, you know, if she is halfway good looking, she ain't got a chip on her shoulder, aka Yasmina.
What's wrong with Stacia? What's wrong with Stacia? She's beautiful and smart.
Okay. All right. So you say. So you say. She's not unattractive, but she ain't a baddie. She ain't like, woo, that's the baddest thing I seen come walking through the door.
Stacia, I think Stacia is beautiful.
Okay, you can think that.
You can't date her. This is the problem.
And that's
I'm
fine.
not. I think so, she's objectively beautiful. I'm not even. I feel like
this is your perception.
She's very pretty.
I'm saying from a man's
You have the same eyes too.
When I see her,
they're very deep set.
She's okay. Like, I wouldn't be upset if I went on Mafs and she walked down the aisle. No, because I know what I'm gonna get going on Mafs. All I'm saying is, ain't nobody out here the baddest of the bad that's coming through. Okay. Now, again, we've been down this line where the women are all gonna cap for the women, and I get that. You're gonna see your women and you're gonna lift up your queen, and I get it. I'm not saying nobody's ugly, unattractive. I'm not going there. But what I'm saying is, ain't nary a person like full package. Somebody's walking with somebody. They got daddy issues. They got problems. They got history where the dating scene has not done them well. So they're walking with a lot of baggage. So it's not like the women are walking on Mavs and they're like, ooh, I got all this on the table. And I just, the brothers may or may not give it. No, everybody's coming to the table from pretty much the same aspect. Some might be better looking than others, but they got some stuff to deal with. And
I will agree with Sean on that. To be a baddie without a chip on your shoulder, there hasn't been any. And I mean that I started watching Karen and Miles. She definitely had some the ex issue. The ex had the baby on her. Like there was always Karen was very pretty. Bria and Vincent. There was beautiful without a chip on your shoulder. There has not been one that I can remember. But same with the guys. So
I never been with a baddie. Nah, I hear you lot's points still. I do hear you lot's points still. I get it. No one's got it good, basically. Nobody's got it good, basically. What you're saying. Oh, I hear that.
I'm stuck on Stacia not being a baddie, but to each their own.
See way.
I think if y'all saw Stacia in real life, y'all wouldn't be saying that.
See way.
I'm just saying I'm confused by this. Now there's a lot of things that I don't be over here capping. I don't be capping for the ladies. I was not on Team Page. I understood exactly why he didn't want her in that season. I don't be capping for the women, but Stacia not a baddie. Now Jasmina definitely was a baddie. She had a horrible attitude, so I'm not going to argue that. Karen was a baddie. I didn't like her either, so I can't really argue that.
But don't Stacia have emotional? Didn't she say she come to a lot of baggage? It's a lot to her too.
So
I just
much
don't
baggage.
know what it is
She
yet.
crying every time.
So much baggage. She emancipated
baggage.
herself. She doesn't know her biological. Like,
That's when I turned off.
I
She emancipated. I said, I don't need that.
I was like, who are
Not
you?
the emancipation culture. You're toxic.
Honestly, I'm very much side-eyeing the emancipation because you're not there anymore. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, yeah.
Oh man, listen, Jasmine was fire. I can't lie to you.
Look.
Jasmine was fire. No, to me, Jasmine was fire. I ain't gonna lie to you. She had that toxicity that I could play with, but I couldn't get involved with. But I ain't gonna lie. I like a little bit of toxicity. Not to marry, guys. Not to marry, but just to play with. But yeah, let me get to the next clip. What, Ludwig? What are you looking at that for? You have to know who you can play with and who you can't play with.
Ludwig's got something to say.
I am by these ratings. I just
feel like, wait, Ludwig, have you changed your hair color? Was it like that yesterday?
That hair color is different.
This is different.
I was gonna say the color is fire. Okay,
Like her
okay.
magic.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah. I like it. All right, do your thing. All right, let me be serious. Let's go to the next clip, though. The next clip we have here was a conversation with Stacia and Nate. So this was about what you said about Sean, about the therapy.
Yeah.
Would you be open to you and I going to like therapy just to kind of help the relationship?
Wait. Why do they play that music? That music is destroying it. Do. That's when you knew that it was not going to go the way. But yeah, she spoke about, obviously, her experience has been in an ex-relationship. And I don't know if I heard it correctly. I don't know if anyone watched it again. When she was describing her last relationship, it sounded hella problematic. Very problematic. And I guess that's why she went to therapy after it as well. But what was you guys' thoughts on that? Because he definitely wasn't trying to go to therapy. I'll be honest with you that. He wasn't. Like the questions he was asking, like Sean said, was definitely basically saying, I ain't trying to go to therapy. Kefi, I haven't heard from you, so let me let you go first. What was your thoughts on to therapy or not to therapy? What's your name? What's your thoughts? Sorry, I said what's your name? What's your thoughts? Oh, we can't hear you.
You're still muted.
Kefi, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Baby girl. Baby girl, you know I got the feeling. Visions brother know it's all it's you.
All I see is you.
Baby, it always sees you, but we can't hear you. Okay, JR, talk to me. What's your thoughts?
All right, so I think there's two strands to this. It's very early in the process for them, right? And if her previous relationship was troublesome and tumultuous and all that stuff, then she may need therapy. His hesitation wanting to go to therapy with her may be the fact that he wasn't the cause of her trauma, or he's still getting to know her, so it's something that she should have handled before she gets into a relationship. All right, because as we've heard, there's many analogies, but hurt people, right? And so I think he's trying to say, look, it's still early in our process. What do we need to go to therapy for? If you still have a problem, however, with getting over certain things that you may have experienced before me, that's not necessarily something that I can help you deal with. Maybe in a supportive capacity, but going to therapy when I don't have that problem, or I don't feel that compulsion to do it, that may be the difference. That may be what he's trying to say. But I think she should have, if she realizes she needs therapy, she should sort that out before she came on the show to get married, because issues will rear their ugly heads as they get to know each other and as time goes on.
Love that. Thank you, JR. Chloe, talk to me, man. The way you're rocking your neck right now. Talk to me. What's going on?
No, I'm just saying. I think that I honestly think that the fact that they're overlooking the fact that they're supposed to be in some type of therapy is beyond me at this point. Because they have experts that's supposed to be helping them through this, right? So Stacia said, forget them people. Let's get past them people because they ain't gonna be here. It's the experts for me at all times. I'm just saying. I really think that I think she's thinking proactively, because a lot of people in marriages wait till problems occur, and then they want to go to a counselor, and then there's so many things to unpack. It's so many issues to unpack. It's so many things we can't forget, but we forgave, but we can't forgive, and all types of stuff that doesn't happen. And by the time we actually go to counseling, we really, really need it. I think the idea of getting ahead of it is absolutely a great idea, especially for this process. If you plan on staying married and being together long term, I think that would be perfect for them, because this way they can learn each other and how to communicate ahead of time. Like, why wait until everything go boom head on, and now you sitting there like, oh my God, you crying, he crying, everybody stressed out. Now y'all can't communicate properly. Like, learn how to do that now with help. I think it's a great idea, and I think that if he's serious about it, the fact that she brought it up shows that she's serious about this. which is why when she sat down and said she want to have kids in another year and this, that, and the other, he looked at her and was like, huh? I want to have kids with someone I really want to be with. Like, sir, what? You're married. Like, what? Hey, huh? He's not seeing it how she's seeing it. And that's obvious at this point. So I really think that if he want to stay with someone like her, at least she knows she has her own issues that she's probably getting help with. But honestly, I think that that's a great idea. And most couples should do that, especially because they didn't have premarital counseling like most people get. So I'm with it. I'm definitely with it. And he need to get with it too.
Mm-hmm. Definitely hearing that, Chloe. Thank you. Love that. Okay. Ludwin, you're stretching your mouth, so talk to me. What's going on? Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I was gonna be next. Okay. You know how they say that if you bring Jesus around a demon, it irritates their soul. So that's how I feel about Nate. Nate is giving me F-boy energy, devil energy. So the man is not trying to hear no therapy, okay? He's not interested into fixing nothing. He gives me, I'm here for the checks, I'm here for the camera, and I'm here to be a house husband. He's not that interested into any couples counseling because he don't see it that deep moving forward. That's my opinion. That's the devil energy I feel from him. So I don't see him agreeing to do any kind of therapy, to be honest. Besides,
that Nate's Nigerian.
Even during the whole time that she was talking, he was not even looking at her. He was trying to find food to eat. He was preparing his plate. That man was not interested into whatever she was talking about.
I hear that. Nate boy. Ludwin's got your card, mate. Crystal, talk to me. What are you saying?
First, I wanted to piggyback on what Chloe said. I definitely agree that therapy is a great idea in this, especially in this situation, because it's going to give you the tools to help you, deal with certain, situations, deal with certain people and that you've never had an experience with. So this would be a great idea, especially for Nate, but he's never had this experience. He's never had a positive experience with therapy. I get that feeling. I also get the same thing that Ludwin was saying, that he's definitely given that F-boy energy. And the camera, he is just feeding them all of the storyline. You know how they say they create the storyline for you and whatever, but I'm like, sorry, you're giving it all to us. You're looking off into the distance while she's talking, and like you're more interested in the food while she's talking and everything. So yes, therapy is a great idea, especially with these couples and in this situation, but he'll never, he's agreeing to it now, but I feel like when they get back to the house, a lot of these things he's gonna backtrack on a lot of these things. I don't know if the next clip is the intimidation clip, because I had something to say about that. But
you can speak about it now. I don't have to care. I forgot to add it, so you can talk about it. Sorry.
Okay, so how she introduced the subject was, she said that I have been intimidating to people, to men before. And we were actually on Maria's channel last night about this. And the guy that was on the show said that women say that the intimidation thing, and that's a trope. That's not true. And I said, hold it right there. First, I wish she did not say that she has been intimidating to men. I think it's the caliber of men that she's come in contact with, as Seaway has said, that the caliber of men that she's going to run into are going to be intimidated by her, unfortunately. But and I said, gosh, a lot of these clips that we've seen of her this episode sound so like insecure and or just like she's not confident. And I said, sweetheart, you've got a lot going for you. It's not that you are intimidating to them. It's the man that they are. Because And I had to tell that gentleman last night that I've been told that I'm intimidating, but he actually said it's because you have a nice place, you have your own car, and you have your own, a good job. And I said, that's him, that's not me. So, and that's really so Nate saying, I'm not intimidated by you. She should have just led with that and not carried that into the reason why she wants therapy and the reason why, well, you don't know me and I don't feel this, that, and the other by you, and led that into the bedroom conversation. So I really wanted to talk about that. I think that Nate is going to, no, we were talking about this house husband thing. I was going to say that later on, he may feel intimidated by her once he really gets, like right now, they're on their honeymoon and he's not getting the full scope of what she may or may not have, or what's going on with her and what he brings. And he may feel intimidated. That intimidation factor may come, or as Ludwig was saying, he may be very happy to be that house husband, and she's not going to like that. That's it for now. That's it for now.
I hear that still. Intimidation's real, kids. Sean, what you telling me, man? What are you telling me about this, man? Nate, not therapy and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah, I just feel like he don't want to go to therapy because he doesn't want to be uncovered. And I think a lot of guys fear therapy, like, because even when I talk to some of my my other guy friends, right, and I talk to them about therapy, the ones that are closed off is because we boys, so I know we talk with I know what's going on behind the scenes, so they don't want to be found out. Right. So they're kind of like, well, let's wait till something happens that maybe needs us and we could just go for that specific thing versus generally going to therapy to try to get some tools and tactics to help you navigate your marriage. Right. And I think that's what Stacia was advocating for, which, again, like I said earlier, I think that was dope. I haven't heard anybody in Mafs since the seasons that I've been watching, which are like the last 3-4, come to the situation like that. So I have respect for her for being proactive, right? For owning what she knows to be some challenges that are likely to come ahead. And me and Siwe were talking earlier, and I was like, listen, I'm tired of all of this rainbows, puff clouds idea that people like to talk about what marriage is, and I'm gonna come to the marriage and this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna lay a foundation of communication. Listen, I've been there, done that. I jokingly say I was a double major. Communications was one of my majors in college. So I thought I knew it all. I thought, as long as we talk it out, let that marriage get real. Those communication skills, what you learned and how to do it and all those great tactics. No, you got to really get in there, get your hands dirty. You're going to hash it out. You're going to trip. You're going to stumble. So getting a therapist to kind of help you to navigate that very early on, respect to her for that, because anybody that has this pie in the sky idea that you think you got all your stuff together, marriage will expose it and turn you upside down. Don't be so convinced in your head knowledge that you think you could just take all of that and bam, run into a marriage and you're just gonna it's gonna be smooth sailing. It's just not reality. It's giving Disneyland, So that's what I got to say about that. Kudos to her for wanting to do it. That brother don't want to do it because he ain't together. Them rundown mystical braids say enough for me to say, bro, let it go. Let it go. And, get some help. He needs it. He needs individual therapy and couples therapy.
I believe you, Sean. I believe you. Wait, talk to me, baby.
I don't have much to add except for I think his kind of response shows that he hasn't put much thought into this idea of marriage. And that's why he was so surprised by the idea of therapy before conflict. Because if he really put a lot of thought into this process, I think that would have been more natural for him to hear that, because most people will go to couples therapy and Christian counseling before they get married without conflict. So it wouldn't have been that odd. But the fact that he was so surprised makes me feel like he hadn't even thought about it. I'm not sure if he just wouldn't go. I think he probably would go again, especially to stay in that house that she's about to build for him. But I don't think he really thought about it much, and that's why he gave the surprise. And I mean, honestly, like we're all like 2 years out from actually feeling the same way as him. But I think all of us kind of got like woke, and now it's like Black mental health, all the stuff that we talk about now that we did not talk about 2 years ago. So, and shout out to the people who are leading that, you know, being comfortable talking about therapy, because a good 2-3 years ago, if you said you had a therapist, people would think you were nuts, like white walls nuts. And now everyone has a therapy on TikTok and Instagram. So, I mean, we're evolving, and Nate is like a little bit behind. So, you know, hopefully he catches up and gets to the mental health and the couple's wellness and all that. But he's just a little immature. And there's definitely a maturity gap between him and Stacia, which, you know, a maturity and financial gap.
Thank you very much for that, Steve. I appreciate it. Love that. All right. I do have the clip, but I didn't have the clip that about the intimidating one. I think there was... The last one was the one where they were actually in the bed. But let me answer real quick. Just get quick answers from you guys, and I'll go to the bed one. You might have seen this earlier when I played it.
I went through, and I didn't want you to go through that as well.
Oh, no. I can reassure you.
Okay.
It was very mutual. He's my husband. It was beautiful.
But
Now, it seems like Stacia is triggered heavy, you know, and I'm asking this question, because, you know, she went to therapy as well, so we know there's no beef. But, you know, is Stacia ready for this marriage thing that she's wanting, really? Is she really ready? Plus, she says she likes a thug. What she says, she likes a business thug or something like that. She like entrepreneur thug or something like that. Something crazy like that she said she wanted, right? When I heard that, I said, this is... When I start hearing entrepreneur thug as a partner... I mean, maybe for a sex buddy, I get it. But for a partner, baby, come on. Differentiate between madness in the single life and madness in relationship. The two don't go together. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder, is Stacia, is she ready? Is she ready for a relationship, really? I mean, is she ready for this marriage thing? Crystal, you're nodding your head a lot. So quickly give me an answer. Why you think she's ready?
I think she's more ready than any of the other couples, any of the other ladies. I definitely think so. I think that therapy, as she was speaking of, it's a continuous work. And the fact that she's done that initial work, yes, I definitely think now the scene that you just played, that doesn't surprise me at all. I'm not surprised that she's been in that pressure situation before. And so she knows how to look for those signs, and she knew what questions to ask her. So she knows she's in a place where she can do better. Like, she's made those mistakes, and you learn from your mistakes. That's what Stacia comes off to me. Yeah, but yes, the emancipation stuff and all the other stuff that still sticks at me. But she is more in the right mindset and the right emotional state than especially the other ladies. I absolutely think she is. Yeah, that's it. Quickly.
Okay. Seaway, what's your thoughts? Your mic's already open, so.
Yeah, Stacia's this. I'm gonna be fair, just like with the men. This constant crying at a drop of a hat is a sign of instability. If you're constantly crying like this, it's a sign of instability. And all these people crying over strangers, crying over different situations, it's very, very unstable. Now, could I relate to what she was saying? Yes. I think a lot of us women can relate to feeling very pressured and feeling like you're doing what you gotta do to keep someone happy. That I related to. And also, I feel like the question she was asking Lindy was spot on, because Lindy, I know I missed that earlier, was out of her freaking mind with talking about it was my husband. It was so beautiful. Miguel scammed her out of her situation, and she allowed herself to be scammed. But I know you already talked about that, but please keep her lifted, because Miguel is going to wear her out by the end of this season. Keep Lindy lifted. She needs to be in witness protection. She needs to be protected from Miguel. But back to Stacia. Back to Stacia. That was odd. That was so odd. So I guess I just defeated my point because I said she was a baddie, but yeah, no, this crying and dropping the hat is not it. It's not it. People need some control.
I hear you. Okay, Chloe, what's your thoughts? Real quick, what's your thoughts on this one?
Well, I'll say this because I'm a crybaby. So I think that she probably was triggered a little bit. Something triggered her. And sometimes those emotions, whether you're in a process, I think she's in a process of healing from things. And that doesn't mean that she's not ready because we've all been through stuff that we're still healing from. And we still deserve love and we still deserve companionship, right? So I don't think as long as she's seeking the help, but the fact that she was able to identify that she may have felt pressured says a lot. Because it just spoke volumes that not only is she doing this work for herself, but she also was trying to give her that safe space. Like, are you sure that this was your decision? Because like, why did you change from being so adamant about not doing it to doing it? So I think that's very self-aware of her, which shows that she is doing that type of work instead of just bawling down, crying with no explanation or no reason behind it. So if in that sense, I would say I think she's very much ready. I don't see why she wouldn't be ready because if we go by all our traumas and if we heal completely, none of us are actually ready for marriage and stuff because we're all dealing with stuff that we have to get help for. And at least she's seeking the help. So I'm here for it and I think she's ready. And I think she was just triggered and it just hit her emotion. And sometimes that happens, especially if it's something that you've been through personally and you identify with. So that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. Thank you. JR, real quick, what's your thoughts? Is she ready?
I mean, I can see why she wants therapy. She's definitely ready for therapy because she seemed to show more emotion in that conversation than the person she's trying to coach and help. You feel what I'm saying? So obviously there may have been a trigger point for her when talking about that particular issue. I think that the thing with therapy is there's no duration. There's some traumas that may last your lifetime. All right, and there are some things that may trigger you that the other person may not have anything directly to do to deal with. It could just be a memory that you've had from something or a flashback, or and so it's a very serious thing. But I think that I don't see the guy, can't remember his name, but I can't see him being the type of man that's going to be strong enough to support her in what she's going through. And I think that, again, that's the show pairing these people up. Obviously, they may not know fully what she's gone through, but I don't think the type of guy she's looking for is what she's got. All right. And that's unfortunate, but it seems to be the trend that Married at First Sight tend to show, And the other thing I want to touch on is the fact that there's therapists on the show and everybody undergoes an evaluation of some kind to get to know them, who they are, and possibly go into their relationship history and all these other things well before the show airs. It's part of the selection process. So the therapists on the show, they didn't do anything for who was it last season? The guy that was with the nut job that kept saying, sorry, not nut job, but she kept saying, "I'm a nice person. I'm really a nice person." The guy that was they could have stepped in to intervene and help that guy, or at least sit down with the both of them many times. And if they couldn't get through to her, which they obviously couldn't, she's got to be removed from the process. And because someone with that much trauma is going to ruin it for the partner that they end up with, right? So back to Stacia, I think that she needs to be with someone who is going to be more of a rock, more of an ally in her corner. And if he sees her pain in the same way that she broke down talking to Lindy, then he needs to be there to support her. I don't detect that from him, from what I've seen. But it's still early days. I can't write him off, but I just don't see it at this point.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. Ludin, what's your thoughts?
A lot of people in the chat are saying that Stacia has this boss lady facade going on, but closed doors, she's probably a softie. That's usually the case for a lot of independent women. They tend to project this masculine energy, but really, if they could find ways to be more feminine, that they would. I think with her history, she's able to identify that in other women that may have gone through the same thing that she is. I think she might possibly be an empath, so that way let me say this too, because she may have went through therapy, so she knows the language to use to ask the right question to Lindy. I feel like Lindy is not ready to be honest about how she's being manipulated out of her draws, but however, I feel because she can relate, maybe that's why the tears were so fast to come down. It may be room for her to, still get over that. But at least I feel like she's more ready and open to discuss these things. That's one reason why I feel like she was ready to be married, because even though I can still feel sad about what happened to me, but it won't stop me from being in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? So at her grown age of 37, she know what she's ready for. I just wish she didn't get matched with someone like Nate, who cannot articulate the same way that she can articulate her feelings. And that may be some of the reason why she has pause for her relationship with Nate, because she feel like he may not be able to have those intellectual conversations. This is why he doesn't want to go to therapy, because he, like Sean said, he may have to open up, and he don't want, his, outside of him being a booster, he may not want his real dirt to come out and actually face the fact that he was an F-boy, probably still an F-boy, in his heart, in his deep heart, and that might be the case. So I like Stacia, how open she is. She may be one of those women that is a girl's girl, but that's how she can relate to it and make other women feel the same way that. What's the girl that's on the show? What's her name?
Which one?
Anyway, the other black girl.
Alexis?
Oh, sorry, Alexis.
There it is. So kind of like the same energy with Alexis, that she's also a girl's girl, that other people feel comfortable to talk to them. So that's how I look at her tears.
Now you're muted.
Sorry, everybody. I said thank you. Sean, have you gone yet? Have you spoken on this quickly? Whether she's ready for
I
it?
talked about more so the therapy aspect. But in terms of Stacia, I hear, like, she's one of those people, like, it's hard to see how she's going to react, right? If you take her by what she said, she's kind of been prone to one type of guy, and Nate is somewhere in there. I mean, the thug, that's up for debate, but everything else, like, it seems like that's kind of, he falls into her type, and she's kind of falling for him. But then there's another part about it that I see where she's processing. She's not trying to let herself fall over all the way in. Because even when she was talking to Lindy about the whole sex part, she was saying she's trying to wait, right? Because she doesn't want to put that, let that happen. And then she's going to be, super vulnerable, and her judgment may be a little clouded. She also said, like, on the after party, she was mentioning, like, when he said that he's starting to fall for her, she said she heard it, but she was inside. She was, like, kind of melting, her words. But she tried to keep, a little stoic on the outside. So I think I kind of have a little confidence in her that she's learning to kind of just watch him a little more before she dives all the way in. So her, I definitely, like Seaway was saying for Morgan, I can't give Morgan the benefit of the doubt, but I can definitely give Stacia, I know, seeing different pronunciations of her name, whatever it is, no disrespect if you're out there, Stacia, Stacia, I definitely can see that she's trying to make an effort. Because, you know, Kojo's, if they don't do nothing, they're going to tell you how to say it. They're going to, what verb you split. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know her. She's not in my top 5 favorites on my iPhone. So I'm not exactly 100% sure how to pronounce her name. I'll get it right somewhere towards the end of the season. But I digress. I do think she is trying to do better. She is trying not to go backwards. And I see the effort. Even the therapy part, which that impressed me. When she hit him with that and then the why, she didn't just say therapy, but she explained the why. I was like, okay, her mindset and her approach, I want to give her credit. I want to think that she's going to weed through. If there's BS to be, sussed out, I think she could suss it out. I'm hoping.
Appreciate Cap. Final clip.
This with purpose, and is to find love and find a match and find a partner. And I feel like that's you. Like, are you okay?
My eye just keeps watering.
Okay, so this clip, I didn't actually get the right part. The conversation at this point was about whether he's really been intentional, whether he's been serious, is what she was talking about around Sean, and whether he really is actually down for her, because obviously Lindy questioned it earlier on, and this is what was part of his answer. The part I actually wanted to capture, which I missed, was when he said, "I'm starting to fall for you," and I said, I call that cap, because bruv, the only reason why you said that is because she started questioning your intention. But where did suddenly all this "I'm starting to fall for you" start coming out of nowhere? Mr. ATV that can't look after your girl. When did the "I'm falling for you" get into play? So I was a bit blindsided by this sudden confession of "you are falling like Alicia Keys." So I want to get you guys' thoughts, and see if you had something different in your thoughts as well. JR, talk to me, man. What are you saying, man?
I think he's saying what he thinks she wants to hear. And she's receiving it because she got teared up yet again. So I think it's unfortunate, but I don't see this couple working. She's got things that she wants to deal with and address, and he is. I mean, I did see in the comments. I wouldn't say. He's just out of his depth with her, I think. I don't think they're a good match. She may be attracted to his type in terms of what he does and his mannerisms and all the rest of it, but there's something about him, and I don't think he's capable of handling what she brings into the relationship. Not just from a previous possible trauma standpoint, but just the way she is. I think she's very much looking for a long-term marriage, right? And she's kind of set herself up to achieve that at some point. But I don't think he has given it that much depth or emphasis at this point. So I think he's just saying what he thinks she wants to hear, and that keeps him in the good books and keeps them going for a little while longer. But when the crap hits the fan, if there's an incident where she's triggered by something, it'll be interesting to see how he handles that.
Appreciate it, thank you very much. Love. Ludwin, talk to me, baby. What are you saying? What's your thoughts on this? I know you didn't think I was going to come to you, but be here, Sha.
Another person I like her commentary is Queenie in the comments. She said something I really like. Is that she is afraid of the D because she knows she's going to get addicted. And one thing about Pookies, they got good, they don't have good intentions for you. And I look at Nate as one of the people that's trying. Like, he left the hood and went to San Diego, got him a couple white people around him, and now he feel like he's transformed. He went through bankruptcy and he stopped being a booster, but he knows how to talk to women. You know, he got the height working for him. He got the little light skin thing working for him, the struggle braids working for him. So when you have somebody come in and tell you, yo, I heard this and this and this from you, what is the Pookie gonna do? Man, you know that's not right. They're lying on me, girl. You know I love you. You know, that's the energy he was giving me. You know, that don't worry about it. You know, like, I'm here for you, but deep down inside, like, you know he lying through his teeth. But yet you wanna be in a relationship so bad that you feel like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna take it for what it is. And I'm 37. I'm not gonna get any younger. You know, he good looking. I might take it a little serious, but I feel like Stacia knows in her heart, deep in there, she knows that that's not the man for her. But she may be between a hard rock and a hard place and say, you know what, I'm gonna try this out, but I really don't feel like he's the one for me. But because I want to believe in love so much, she wants to fall in love. You can tell that she's looking for that satisfaction of being in love, being in a great marriage, because she spent so much of herself trying to be better. But I don't see it working for her. So she wants to believe his words because she wants to be in love, but I know she doesn't believe it entirely.
Appreciate it, Ludwin. Good bars. Thank you. Chris, what are you saying?
Well, listen. I just, you know me. I just got to add in. We're gonna have us fun, right? So listen, you know, one of the ladies mentioned something about the struggle stroke, but you know, listen, us brothers with good jobs, you know, come on. We got good vacation time and benefits. We got time.
I don't struggle. I can't lie to you.
You got a stock plan.
I have my time already, sir.
Dusty's can't be the one, you know.
I'm seasoned now, sir.
Give us some hardworking brothers a chance too. You know, we're not gonna disappoint. I don't need to, you know, make love for a place to sleep.
Okay.
You know.
Krista, go for it.
I actually was gonna say pretty much the same thing Ludwin was gonna say. It's just that I think she played her card. I think that he noticed that she needed some words of affirmation, and that she was feeling a little like that she was insecure. But what's funny is she even said, I don't know if you want me to pull back the layers. I don't know if, you know, if you really want me. And he was like, that's new. And so, but he picked up on it and he said, oh, I'm falling for you. Like Ludwin said, he was like, okay, she needs some words of affirmation. She needs to know that I'm in it. So she was just like, yeah, Nate is observant too. She's observant, she's smart, but Nate observed that, okay, this is where this conversation's going. But also, yeah, all of these pictures and stuff like that and all of his distractions, the fact that she won't actually get down to business and say, I need you to pay attention to me when we're out together, and she keeps skating around the issues, she's going to keep doing that. She's not going to actually get down to what she really wants because she wants to please him. Please, Stacia, you need to speak up and actually tell him exactly, because he's like, oh, that's new. I'm into you. You know, I want you. You know, I'm your guy. Please. You know, I love you. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Appreciate that. The comments have me tearing up. Y'all are absolutely tearing up in these comments. Oh,
They said PTOP.
That promotion peen is the one I like.
How about that 401k? That's what I'm getting.
Well, you
know
get
what I'm
this
saying? That's what I got for
Son, you get
I
that.
got unlimited PTOP. That's what I'm coming through with.
Oh, freaking hell. Oh, my God. Sorry, guys.
Yo, Leland said the 401k is not in Colombia. I'm done.
Oh, man.
Right here in the States.
Oh.
That's it.
So sorry, guys. Oh. Okay. Chloe, go on. Sorry. Apologies.
First of all, she built him a house. What y'all talking about? He ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. He gonna put up whatever she put him through. Okay, he gonna be the most supportive, understanding, right there. She built him a house. Okay, that's all I got to say. There's nothing else to it. He know how to say what he need to say to accomplish what he's trying to accomplish. Okay, he's gonna like this is not anything new to the culture, to people, to men, to women. Look, what do he really need to bring to the table at this point? What Stacia is longing for, that's what he's going to be able to, that's what he's going to try to provide her. That comfort, that support, that reassurance. I'm not intimidated by you. Of course I'm not intimidated by you making 20 times more than me because you want to take care of me, girl. What? No. Exactly. So I'm like, there's no reason why he would not bend over backwards for this woman. That's why as soon as he peeped what she was putting down, he was like, let me pick it up. Oh, I don't understand why you don't think I don't want to be with you. I said I was moving into the house, right? Boy, bye. Get out my face. I'm not doing this with Nate, not tonight, okay? But, unfortunately, because she's longing for that, I feel like she may be slightly falling for it, even though she says in her confessionals that, I feel like something not right. She knows her intuition's telling her. But now her heart is playing games with her because she's longing for it. It's going to be a mess, y'all. It's going to be a whole mess. And I feel like he'll definitely say yes on decision day, no matter what, because he's moving into that house, okay? Now, the question is, what's she going to say? That's the question. We ain't got to worry about Nate. Nate's sold.
Two things, Chloe. I definitely think that they're going to at least say yes on decision day. Absolutely. I said that for the first episode. But secondly, Stacia, get that post-nup signed before he moves into that house. Get that everything signed.
I agree 100%. Any more additions on this part? Go for it, Sean.
Yeah, just the last thing I think as y'all were talking, and Chloe, especially you, like when you were just mentioning some of Nate's comments, is sometimes with him, I think you got to take his first in, like what he says first, because he'll like double back to fix it once he realized, ooh, maybe I went too far and I don't want to mess myself up. Because he did it with the therapy, and then he did it when she asked for the post-nup. Because he was like, you don't trust me? Bro, like, she don't know you. We just met. There is no trust. Like, we just walked down the aisle, we met each other, we're married. Like, no, she does not trust you. She does not know your intentions. You just met. Like, of course, that's more reason than any, to have a post-nup in place. So when he said that, I was like, eh. Then he was like, his voice cracked a little. He was like, oh, okay. The voice cracks. That's when you kind of, you're a little nervous. He's like, oh, all right, I see what you're saying. I can get with that. He don't want that post-nup. He don't want that post-nup at all.
He don't want that post-nup. You're right. Post-nup who? Okay, cool. We're coming to the final part of the segment of the show. Yes, we're coming to talk about our favorite couple. That is our Justin and Alexis. You know what? There was a lot that happened between these two. I'll tell you that now. A lot that happened. And it was some good stuff, some okay stuff, and some ugly stuff. Okay, all right? Saltwater wells in my eyes. Every day crying tears of waterfalls. I'm loving angels instead. Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's break this down. Let's bring you to the first clip that was had. And by the way, did you guys catch the fact that Alexis says she makes more money than him? I hope you guys caught that. She says she makes more money. All right, cool. Let's go to our first clip. She said, this.
To consider his feelings, and he considers me in everything he does, every single thing he does. And sometimes I feel guilty because it's just like, that's not how I'm naturally wired to do, but I have to force myself to think like that because he's like,
Wait, that's the first clip. She's talking about obviously being more sensitive, being more aware. You know what I mean? She's saying obviously, look, I'm growing in that area, you know, but it's hard for me because, you know, at certain points in time, I don't really think like that. You know, man, I don't really think about the other person as such. God should deliver me from such women. All right, so I want to get you guys' thoughts on Alexis, just kind of making those comments on that before we get to the main body of review. Who wants to go take this first? Crystal, thank you for moving. Go for it.
Justin is going to be in a bare room, rocking back and forth, smoking and drinking like acrimony when this girl breaks his heart. It's going to be in pieces. Like, these people are having two different relationships. He says, oh no, we're the same side of it. What do you call it? We're exactly the same person, but she's the same, just like me in female form. What? You're not, he is so delusional. And she's I was like, you are confusing me. And, you know, Sean said last week or a couple weeks ago that he's breadcrumbing her. This is more than breadcrumbs because she has been everything, all the feels, just telling him all the just ooey gooey this last episode. And I'm like, girls, stop it. Stop it, because this is wrong for you to do this. And you know, you're not feeling that. You know, you're not there. So, I mean, she said, we're going to be together forever. Like, she's been saying all of these things and you know, you're not there. So I just think that's wrong of her to do, because every little morsel that she says, he's hanging on. The kissing, and now the kissing, that's one thing. They're affectionate and everything, but she's giving him everything to think that, every inclination to think that this is it. And this man is saying, oh no, we have such a perfect relationship. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. And no relationship is perfect. You know, we just have such a perfect start. And I'm like, Justin, you are so delusional. And it's actually really scary and sad. I think that Justin, we've talked about therapy already. Justin needs intense therapy to work on himself. I've said before that pretty much everybody on this show is selfish except for Justin. I think that he's one of the only people that doesn't think about himself and then is totally thinking about the other person. I honestly think that if it's going to take, she's working hard. Like, yes, he's breaking down those walls and she's becoming just a little bit more noticing how she is and how she talks, just like a couple weeks ago with Stacia. And she noticed immediately how she spoke. So she corrected herself. And I said, okay, that's kind of a Justin influence. I think that I appreciated that she corrected herself, right? But this is going to be emotionally draining for her. Like, but when she has to constantly pull him up later I think that's going to be a lot for her. Maybe it may not even last that long. It may not even last that long, as we've seen in some of the previews. So yeah, he's going to be in a dark corner, like acrimony. It's going to be bad. That's it for now. I know I'm going to think of something else, but
Okay. No worries. Chloe, what's your thoughts?
So y'all don't think it's real, for real? Is it the hopeless romantic in me that wants this to be like a love story? No.
Chloe. Here's the thing. I'm like, what is wrong? I was like, stop. Like, I was like, girl,
y'all don't think that she's gonna soften up to him and like really love him the way he needs to be?
I appreciated what she said in the bathroom, because I think that she did do right, like consoling her man, consoling him, and everything that she was saying was right. Like, you can't feel all these things for your friend, and that he's a grown man and that's his relationship. And I'm like, no.
Okay, wait. No, see, this is the thing. I see I need a couple, y'all, and it's gonna be my couple, so I'm gonna stick beside it for a little bit, okay? I'm just gonna stick beside it because I need something, okay? But I really do feel like she is softening up, okay? I do feel like he's a lot, though. He's a lot, and I do think he's moving too fast, and that's gonna scare her away because she's a runner. She runs. So when it really hits her, she's definitely already in that mood of like, this is scary. But if she is acting, y'all, I'm giving her an Oscar. I'm giving her her own award show and everything because it's going down. But I really want to believe that what they have is genuine. I love seeing it, like the back and forth comments to each other and all that other stuff. But I do feel like I think he's softening her up. And I like that. I really do, because she's always like, so intense. But I don't know why y'all stop it. Okay.
Chloe, I'm gonna silently support you because there's always a dark horse that kind of comes out that we never expected. I wasn't really tussling with the people in the comments about Elijah Wan and Katina last season, but I low-key was really rooting for them. And, they was Elijah Wan, he just gave so much ammunition for us not to believe he could do it, but they're making it work, right? So maybe this will be this season. Let's hope so, because, if she breaks that brother's heart,
she's finished.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. But what if he's the one who's playing? Y'all ain't think about that?
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. That boy ain't gonna have him.
I gotta let you go. You go on that cliff by yourself.
Absolutely.
That marshmallow ain't doing
parachute,
nothing.
He's
literally a type of marshmallow.
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. He ain't doing nothing.
But I do like
not that good of an actor. He's not that good of an actor.
Yo, Chloe, and that's how. Either like they said, she is like the hands down best actress Mafs has ever seen, and what she's really trying to do is for somebody to see her and give her a job.
Absolutely.
If she's faking, yo.
That's why I'm sitting here like, for real, like if this is real, like I want to believe it's real. I'm falling for it. I'm sorry, I am falling for it. When she was in that back scene with him, and she was like, "You feel it won't hurt him," and then
she patted his chest when she said that. Yo, if a woman did that to me,
I'm sold.
I would be.
I'm listen, y'all. I'm
puddle on the floor. If you pat my chest like that, and you say, "Just be you," I'm done. You can have everything. You can.
You see what I'm saying?
Everything. I'm done. I'm telling you.
Y'all cannot feel what I'm feeling right now.
I'm telling you.
That touched my soul. That touched my soul right there. When she did that,
I was so confused. I'm like, what is Alexis? I'm like, I was all in. I was like, yo, is she turning? I was like shocked. I don't believe it. I think.
See, y'all felt it. Don't see, y'all try to act like y'all ain't feel it. Y'all felt it.
Because
she told him she loved him though. But she said, "I love you."
But then she did. But then she came back and was teasing him about it, and they were like, the teasing was how she really felt. It was.
She called him my little soft baby or something like that.
Yeah,
she did. And if you notice, she kept on saying "baby" in that scene. She kept on saying "baby." She kept on saying "baby" in that scene several times.
She calls him baby all the time.
Yes.
To be fair, she says "baby." You remember, "Baby"? You want me to tell you?
She said a lot more times this time.
Because I'm not ready to say that yet.
No, I don't know. The hand reaching out to him.
When she did that, I said, "Oh shit!"
Oh, it was the intuition hand too. Like he knew to come, and all she had to do was raise her hand.
What the hell was going on with the bathroom? Why is the camera able to pan like that? What the hell's going on with the bathroom? That's what I want to know. Why we got them open panels?
It was just as the cameras was just chaotic as the scene. We went through 5 different emotions in that one scene, did we not?
Yes.
We went from laughing to dancing to crying to it was just a whole
and affection.
Just watch.
I was like, is she really like? He's not breaking down those walls that quick. Like she's got a 10-foot brick wall, and but he is softening her up. I will absolutely agree with you on that,
She
Chloe.
did say it. She said, I mean, if she's acting, then we need to give her a gig. That's what I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? We need to give her a gig. The scene that you guys talking about is actually.
Please don't apologize for having his heart. My little soft baby.
Stop.
He's so worried about.
Yeah, you do that to me. That to me. You go and get some exclusive D that night. I'm telling you that now.
We got cameras out. Cameras out.
Lights out. Everybody out. Everybody out. Into you, Collins. Get out.
What? Are you kidding me?
I was like, oh, that's a good. And then she grabbed the head too.
The way she leaned, but you gotta just peep. If it's game, I gotta respect game. But the way she leaned into him, the body language, just like leaning in, like those things, you don't know what that does. That does something to us brothers. And you know the lean in, the softness, like the tilt back.
Too.
I would have kicked them cameras out. Goodbye. Get the hell out of here.
The voice wasn't even just a whisper. The voice wasn't a whisper. It was a softness. I said, oh, that's celibate. He ain't trying to be celibate. He's a married man. I said, girl. Or celibate, as she like to say.
Celibate.
All right, let me pass it around so you guys get the conversation. JR, talk to me. What are you saying? Let me unmute you. Go for it, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't see none of what you guys are seeing. You must be watching. I must be watching the metaverse version, and you guys are watching the real version. Because, she is not even a good actress. All right, there's no way she can turn from how she was in the previous episodes that quickly to the "I love yous" being genuine. Absolutely not. No way. And I would say that I think because he's so emotional all the time, I think she is being very careful with him to a degree. All right. I think she doesn't want to be the reason why he's crying and emotional, but he definitely needs extensive therapy. I agree with that. He's got a lot of things going on. Man, I don't even know why he is, he's coming up with all these things like, yeah, me and you are the same person. And no, you're not, man. Like, you never have been. The whole process, you haven't been. All right? I think she's just trying to be careful with his feelings. She knows that he's very emotional, probably a bit unstable with his emotions, can't handle them all the time. First thing he does is cry when he starts to get sentimental or starts to get romantic or starts to feel any affection. He wells up about it. So I think there's an element of fragility to him, and I think she is somehow trying to help him deal with it. I don't think she's a bad person. I think she's trying to help him deal with it, but I don't think she's into him at all. I don't think that's changed from all the episodes so far. She's not into him. Not at all. She's kind of babying him, which is why I think she used the word baby a lot. She's trying to baby him.
Okay. No, I hear you on that still. Fair point. Can't argue. Fair point. Ludwin, talk to me. What's your thoughts, man? Do you think she's a great actor? Or do you believe it, baby?
Chloe, I respect you, my girl. I do. I do want to believe, like Stacia, I want to believe in her heart that Nate is her guy. I feel like Alexis is a female version of Nate. Alexis is giving me F girl vibes, okay? Here's why I'm saying this. This is a person where all her friends are guys. All right? All her friends are guys. And her family members are women. However, if you're around a lot of men that often, they're going to give you a lot of play games, okay? She knows the rules. She knows how to make him feel good. She knows how to make him feel comfortable. She knows the right time to use words, right way to touch a man, because realistically she's still a woman, right? She's still feminine at heart, but she's using that femininity to her advantage. The next episode, she ready to go based on the dog biting her dog. Like, she's playing that hot and cold. She's being hot one day, and the next she's being like she's making weird faces, like she's not ready to be nice. That. However, this is still a 8-week show. She gonna get her money. She gonna play the game. She gonna be like Nate. And the fact that is like the only difference between her and Nate is the fact that she makes more money than Homeboy. However, because she knows that she has the upper hand with money, she probably have a better house than him. We gonna find out next week. Also, she's more in tune with her emotions, so she probably went to therapy, or at least know that realm, that she knows how to act around him, because she knows, okay, this might be a trigger point for him, so let me not give too much. I'm gonna give a little bit and then take it back. I'm gonna give a little bit and then take it back, because even all this I love this man that's coming out her mouth, I promise you, they're not sleeping tonight. They're not having sex. She probably put on like her long pajamas and slept soundly all night, because she give him like a little bit of energy just to make him feel good. She's gonna sprinkle energy all throughout the season. I think in one of the previews, I saw that at one point she left the house, and I think Pastor what's his face had to come to the house and explain like why you running from. So a lot of people in the comments are saying she's a runner, she's a track star, and that happens a lot with F people, F boy or F girls, because they're not ready to settle down. That's the energy that she gives me. And although I want to believe that she's slowly changing, but I also feel like it's all game, dog. It's all game from.
So, question. So, you don't think that when she talks about the fact that they were like, she passed up on him twice, and maybe this was fate, and you don't think that in her mind, that's playing in her mind, maybe a little bit, like maybe this is supposed to be something, maybe just a little bit of something, because like if they've been circling back around to each other the way she says it, like she passed on him, then she passed him, and now like she's forced to marry him. Maybe she's starting to think like, maybe I do need to give this a shot. Maybe he is the one. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit with it, because it's so many different layers to the both of them. But I do feel like she's going to run. I definitely feel like she's going to run, because that's her history. When she been proposed to 3 times, that was all her. Whoever she was engaged to, I really believe that they felt like she loved them. But as soon as it's time to commit and lock down, she gets scared and run. It's just so happened that this part, they got married first. So her running will literally have to be on decision day. I don't think she'll stay with him. But I do feel like, I think she likes him. I don't know to what extent, but I definitely think she likes him.
I'll say this, I think Kojo may have mentioned this in one of his dark arts videos. I can be as nice, or as, what's the word I'm looking for, charismatic, right? The people with dark arts is always charismatic. We see Nate, that man is charismatic with everybody. Everyone likes him. He has the energy of inviting, like he's playful. He likes to have a good time. So does Alexis, right? Now, if God wants this man to be in Alexis' life, he probably did work his magic and make him come around with this wedding. But realistically, I don't think Alexis is ready for this man. That could be the case, God may have rearranged for this serendipity to happen again, but I don't think she's ready.
Now, Chloe, I want to be your wing guy here, your wingman on this one. And I'm kind of gonna do it, but I just got to say this first, though. Like a person that's a liar, the best lie has a little truth in it. So that line that she gave about, you know, oh, I passed him up, that's kind of a rehearsed, kind of like steeped in a little bit of truth, enough for you to grasp onto it. So that's not what's selling me on her. What's selling me on her is her body language, because a lot of times our mouth can say one thing, but our body is usually something's gonna tell on us, right? Unless we are like so far gone, we're really a narcissist and not like running around calling everybody a narcissist who's just somebody that lies habitually, right? So if you really are that deep in your body language, yeah, sis got a lot of major work to do. So I would say like her body language is what's kind of leaning me to your side. The way that she leans into him, her progression, because we've seen a lot of women come on Mafs, and a lot of them just they'll give the guy the cold shoulder if they're not feeling him. And Alexis seems to me to be the kind of person that says what it is, and she has more of a tougher exterior. So that's why I'm kind of buying into it a little more. I'm still a little confused, but I'm kind of buying it more because even her boys were like, yo, please just watch your words. And she's been doing that. So either she studied the handbook and she's just, you know, playing and reading a script, or there's a part of her that is starting to like him. But don't follow her words so much, though. That can take you down a rabbit hole. That's all I would say about that.
Her body language is definitely leaning in. She's leaning in. She's doing all of the affectionate stuff. She's doing the kissing, like everything that we saw in that bathroom. Absolutely. But she is still, she likes him. Sure. She likes him as a person, and she thinks that he's a genuinely good guy. So she's going to try, and she's going to go through this process. But she's not looking at him as her man. She's not she thinks that he's a good guy. She sees how sweet he is. She's like, wow, he is such a sweet guy, and he's so sensitive. He's totally not me. I'm not that sensitive of a person. So she is going to lean in, and she's going to, she looks at what a sweet and sensitive person that he is, but she doesn't like him enough to love him. I'm not seeing that. I'm just not seeing that. I'm gonna let you dream, Chloe. And I hear what you're saying. I was so confusion. I was so confusion because I was like, why would you even lead him on like this? Because all of her words, she said, again, we're going to be together forever. And all of the little things, well, I got a great view in front of me. Just all the little, I should stop doing that to him, because you're just going to, when this man gets let down, it's going to be bad. But I hear what you're saying, Chloe. I'm going to let you dream on it. Hopefully I'm wrong. But no, there's no way he's not acting at all. It's not him.
I know it's tough for you. I know it's so tough for you, but you can't do that, baby. Okay?
Bro. You see the hands around? Chloe, come on. Could you embrace a guy like that you didn't want?
I'm telling you.
And then we all would be falling, yo, because then, I don't know if you got the scene, bro, but when she was in that little cabana in the beach with the bikini,
yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I hear what you.
I would be done too. Me and all my pseudo wisdom, been married. I've been like, all right. Get the cameras out.
Come here, baby.
So come here, baby.
Look, that did it for me. I want to believe it. I'm just gonna have to go and just say I want to believe it.
Did she touch his face?
Not yet. She did though, because she wiped his tears.
She wiped his tears, and I think that she gave a head rub too, like that head rub.
Not the head rub.
No,
I thought she did a head rub.
She definitely wiped his face when there were tears.
Touch the back, touch the chest, touch the face. and then ears, and then kissing on the forehead. You know what was missing? A forehead kiss. I think that would have sealed it.
That's a man thing. She couldn't do that because that's a man
Nah,
thing.
that would have been too much.
That would have manned him, and that would have been. She already manned him when she told him he's gonna be a house husband taking care of the dog. That's when I was like, "Yo, if she's falling for him, he's gonna be henpecked to hell, because she's gonna be like, I make more money than you. Is dinner ready?" She told him, because you're gonna have dinner ready, and he had that little Leslie Jones smile. Yeah, baby, yeah, I got you. I'm gonna do it.
I'm watching the dog. Like he's gonna be the house husband.
He's gonna run him. Maybe that's and that might work for her, because you know there's marriages out there like that. It might work, because he just might be like, all right, I'm a woof woof. You tell me to jump. You tell me to bark. He'll play the role. He don't mind.
Oh, that's.
I remember what you said, Kojo, when you asked the question. The question was, do you think that Alexis, because Alexis was saying that she's not used to, like, you know, thinking about him, and he does that for her. I was that girl. So I think that can happen, but that took time, because even before, like, when me and my husband was dating, he would be like, yo, you wear me out, because I was so used to being a taker and not a giver. So I was always used to receiving. So when I finally got to the point where he's like, what about me? What about me? So I think that if that's something that she's willing to learn and she's noticing, then maybe she'll start reciprocating, and that will also help break down that wall of, you know, selfishness. Because a lot of us women are selfish, because we've always been told it's always about us. You know, it's always going to be about us, and not so much what you're supposed to do for the man. So I think if she figured that out, she'd be okay. I'm just saying. I remember the question. That's why I had to bring it back up. Sorry.
That's cool. No, Ludwig, you were going to say something? Go for it, Ludwig. You were going to say something.
Somebody said in the chat she's saving that forehead kiss as a nuclear option.
No. Hey, these girls got dark arts in their spirits, you know. That girl said she's saving it for the nuclear option.
You got to best man him. Oh, absolutely.
She said, turn them keys.
They said we're going to be on the Surviving Alexis.
Yo, she was doing bits. I cannot lie. I even played this one. This is the last one of that part.
But my concern is with you. You always thinking you have to save somebody, baby. And it's like, I've been in that spot, baby. But I'm your wife, you know? And it's just like, I love that.
Bro.
She's even giving that advice too?
Yes, everything.
I'm your wife, baby.
Baby. Baby.
This girl, if she's lying, she needs to be in the FBI, she needs to be in CIA, she needs to be working for all the top industries.
What's her profession? Because isn't she in something in the mental health?
She says she's a logistician. She logs stuff.
So she works for logistics, and she probably works for logistics on the military base.
Oh,
because 32nd Street is there. Camp Pendleton is like 30 minutes away, 40 minutes away.
I thought she was something in the mental health space. So okay,
no,
she's I was gonna say maybe that's where she gets all the base for this.
Yeah,
but no.
Ooh, baby.
Add to Ellie's.
I'm your wife, baby.
Ooh, baby. She said, "No, you want to save everybody, baby."
Come here, baby.
I appreciate your
you
heart.
You do this to
like,
me. I'm gonna come like this.
It's the don't change. That's right. Being you.
She said, "Don't change that sensitive person you are."
She even touched her heartbeat. She said, "Don't."
I am confusion.
If you hit me with the don't change, be yourself. I'm your wife.
I got you. Don't worry about them tears. Okay,
sign me up.
It's working. Definitely working for her.
It's working.
Whatever she studied, she played it right for this show.
Don't change.
For sure.
Them boys taught her the madness. Okay. Out the pussoir. And then this part was when he was crying.
I experienced it so perfect. What I'm trying to say is like,
just to stop crying.
How's he gonna go?
Men, these exorcisms. Stop.
But yo, did you see how she did the man tear wipe? She got
grabbed the back of his head. I'm telling you, and then she
Don't worry about it, baby.
Justin and
It's all right, I got you.
She probably was thinking to herself like, "This is crazy." Because why is he crying?
Again.
Over somebody else. Over somebody else, yo. It's the empathy cry. It's the empathy cry for me.
I feel like, we're not doing this.
We're not doing this.
You're not even your emotions for yourself now at this point.
Friend you met 5 days ago? What?
He done fell in love and had a best friend in 2 days, y'all.
If that was me, after I wiped his tears, I would have put him on my bosom. And then up and then forehead kiss him and say, "You're gonna be okay, baby."
Thank you. I appreciate
He's
that.
gonna go to sleep with that lipstick on his forehead all night.
That's what we need. That's what we need. I just need to. I just need to. Yeah. JR, go for it. What are you telling me?
After you put his head on your bosom and forehead kiss him, are you gonna belch him as well? Because man, he is.
Listen, you can do what you need to do in that moment. You know what I mean? We need a safe space too. You know what the Bible says?
Yes.
The Bible says, enjoy your wife in her youth. And then it says, enjoy the sisters. Please, you should know what she says scriptural. You understand?
Yes. Yeah. I get that, but man, she's just telling him, look, just stay soft. Stay soft. I'm going to keep playing this game for 8 weeks until the show's finished. And she's going to gently let him down. I do think she'll do that. I don't think she's going to be ruthless and be like, look, you're not what I was looking for. I don't think she's going to drop none of that. I think she will gently let him down. She'll cradle him. That's what she's doing right now. She's basically cradling him, consoling him, and all that baby talk, man. She's not from New Orleans, It's baby, everything. Okay, baby. Yeah, don't worry, baby. I got you, baby. Man. Look, I just don't think she wants to be harsh. I think she wants to really come across as a nice person to him. She probably is a nice person, but I agree. She's gonna get tired of chewing up his food. She's gonna get tired of cradling him and wiping those tears every week. That's what she's gonna get tired of, and that's gonna be one of the reasons why I think she'll pull out on decision day. That she's gonna leave.
I agree. I think it's going to be emotionally draining for her. I think that's going to be just too much. Like, I'm glad that she's breaking down the walls, but that's too much too soon for her. Baby.
Handcuff his hands to his ankles. What kind of 50 Shades of Black? What? Oh man, y'all are wrong.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah. We didn't go for it yet.
No, I was just saying, like, these comments have me dying over here. Now, someone did say that maybe her masculine energy is like a good balance with his feminine energy that he has. That could be the case as well, because I was where it works in the long run. Like, for example, Sean Bodie and her husband, they work pretty well. She's definitely masculine energy. So that could be a conversation they can have when they have a decent balance. But knowing that what I know, with her being an F girl, I don't see it.
I was going to say that, but I didn't want y'all to start ripping me. So I was like, let me just be quiet.
No, don't. You stand on your perch, Chloe.
I figure it would probably be a balance. I think at some point she'll get tired of it, because naturally we get tired of it. Like, I'm a crier. My husband is not moved by my tears no more, because he's like, girl, you just cry for anything. But so I think like it'll get to a point where she'll figure out when it's necessary and when it's not necessary if they work out. But balance is good. It's great. He's emotional. She can't be that emotional. Emotionally, men need stronger women. It be like that sometimes.
So I have a question. Go ahead.
Real quick though, the thing that trips me out about her is, I know people are like, she's faking it, but you see glimpses of her real personality come out, because even after that emotional scene, she was calling him all types of names, right? In like a joking fashion. So it was like, that's what's kind of got me believing it a little bit. You know what I mean? Because she's not going to be like, oh, mushy for 30 minutes. She's going to give him the affection, give him the sound advice, give him that little safe space. And then she's like, all right, Goofy, get your act together. And that's like, to me, I think that's the perfect balance. But again, I ain't betting my 401k on it.
I'm not betting my savings either.
My unlimited PPO on it. No, I'm not.
I've been wrong before.
There's some elements of reality for me to it. I can kind of see it. And I also feel like in the beginning, I saw her as masculine or whatever, right? But as the last 2 episodes, I've really seen a progression and some softening in her, So I'm starting to see it. So it's like, Chloe, we might be out here together, like, with our, with like Young Miami with the sign, go Poppy. We're going to be like, go Alexis, go Justin. We're going to be the only ones. They're going to be looking at us like we're dumb, but
It's me
I'm
and you.
here.
We got it.
We got it.
No, so well, Alexis did say this. She said this.
Let me remind you, I could have been with Justin 6 months ago. Wild. But I looked at his profile and I was like, he's a little skinny, and he looked too nice for me.
Yeah.
Like my.
But she actually goes on to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that she actually went on to say that she almost could have missed out on him. So it sounds bad when you leave it there. I actually got the second part of the clip, so just
The way almost had me miss the greatest blessing of my life. And I hope that Mitch looks at you and has that coming to, senses moment.
Yeah.
And I know he will, because you're a beautiful woman.
If she is lying, I want to tell you this now. If she is lying and acting, this girl needs to be in power. This girl needs to be in Sisters. She needs to be in any show we've got black folk in, and she needs to be a star role lead. Because this type of lying is the kind of stuff that FBI agents do. This is the kind of stuff where people get betrayed and they're like, so you actually are a police officer, not a gang member. This is the kind of thing that she be doing. She's undercover lover. If she's acting right now, give her an Oscar, okay? But she said, that she almost missed out on her blessing. But it's a clip I want to play for you guys so you actually can discuss it. It's a conversation they had just before the boat almost took her out and took him out onto the sea. So let's play this clip here.
Being a stay-at-home puppy father, and me making more than you, do you think that will eventually affect your ego, or you're good with that?
That's not
okay, cool.
Someone getting pegged tonight. What's you guys' thoughts? what's you guys? He said he has no ego. I said, yeah. I can see that. So what's your thoughts? Go on, Crystal, because you didn't get to talk earlier on. So go on. My bad.
Well, I don't think that I don't think it's gonna affect him. I think that he's gonna be, okay with being a dog dad and the whole thing. But I'm like, she's not gonna respect you. Like, she does not respect you as she's not gonna respect you. This is not good. She doesn't respect him. And also, my question was about the after all of this in the bathroom, all you guys were saying how, that would have, you guys would have been like cameras out, you would have been oozing, you were like all in, and the sex was inevitable, right? She wants to keep him celibate. Like, she's not interested in that, so she's not there where you guys are thinking. That's not where she went. So that's my question is, like, she might be like him, but where do you think they're not? Do you guys really think that they had sex after that? That's the question. That's actually a question. So I just think that he's okay. He's okay with being a dog dad and being the house husband and the whole thing, but he doesn't understand that she's not going to respect him. That's right. I don't. I'm just so good.
Okay. Yeah, Sean, your mic's open. Go for it.
Yeah, I think she is okay with the dynamic because she checked in with him first. She was like, "Now, is your ego going to be okay?" Because if I had to guess, probably the other guy she's dated didn't like that setup, and she wants to make sure that he's good with it. And he was like, "I'm good." I don't think he even knows the word no when it comes to her. You know, I don't ever see him standing up to her. I hope we get to see a little bit of like, hey, listen, this is what I want you to do, or, because yeah, he just is whatever she says it goes. You want me to stay home and watch the dogs? I got you. You want me to stay home and cook the meals? I got you. So yeah, I think she's testing him to see where his boundaries are, and his boundaries are in hell. They non-existent, unfortunately.
I hear that still. Chloe.
I was just going to say that if it worked, it worked. I mean, no, I'm saying like this. Okay. There are some dynamics like that. This won't be the first time we ever heard of a stay-at-home dad. Like, it's not, it's become more common. I mean, if he's fine with that and she's fine with that, if he's going to be the one to take the sacrifice to stay home with the kids and take care of the house, and she's going to go work or whatever the case may be, then who are we to say that that's not good for them? That might not be good for you. But if he's fine with it and she's fine with it, then hey, whatever works for y'all in y'all household. Now, if Alexis is the type to walk all over you and he won't let her walk all over him, then whose fault is that? Nobody's. Let them be happy and walked all over. Who cares at this point if they happy? But I've been called that. I've been said that she's gonna walk all over him, and it's actually happening right in front of us. But at the end of the day, if he's happy under the conditions that they're in, and she's happy under the conditions that they're in, we can't really judge that because we don't technically agree with it. That's my opinion. Now I'm about out because I don't want y'all coming for me.
I hear that 100%. 100%. Seaway, good to have you back. What's your thoughts on Alexis money making? She says she makes more than him and he'll be a house husband. What's your thoughts on that?
He was real happy to join them accounts together. He was real happy about that. I don't know. It's a new age with new men nowadays. They're okay with being mediocre. They're okay with women doing all the stuff. So I don't know. I guess I should be okay with it too. It seems like all the men want to be put up. So again, right? Like y'all said, who am I to judge? The men want to be put up. She wants to put them up. That's these. They talk about the modern women. That's these modern men. So
What
Whatever.
You say, Seaway, last week? The men want fit. You said the men want fit, feminine, and submissive, but that's what they are, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, that don't work. You can't be fit. We both can't be fit and feminine. Some got to give. But I will say Justin is consistent. He's giving the lady love, the ladylike behavior, and she's not. But I'm just waiting for her to stop acting. She is. What do you call it when they just throw people into a season? They don't. She seems like one of them.
She's a plant.
She seems like a plant or something.
That could be true.
She just seems. It's not adding up. Because why is she so okay with this man? I shouldn't say that, but I don't know.
I don't think there's anything wrong. She earns a bit more than him. He's not broke. She just earns more than him.
But what does she do? What does she? Did y'all talk about what she does?
She says she puts things in the log, but I don't think that's her actual role. That's her cover. That's her
it seemed like
FBI cover.
she forgot what her job was.
She said. Oh, wait, hold on.
Technician or something.
No, it's a logistician.
I'm a logistician. She said.
I think that's the exact title. But I think she works in logistics. And I want to get the exact, but yeah, they do pretty good, especially in on the military base. So I wonder if she does work 32nd Street or there's like 3 military bases in California. Or Camp Pendleton, which is the second largest base in America. So she probably is doing pretty good. I don't know what Justin does. I thought it said trainer or something like that, like computer training.
Okay.
Is she ex-military or military?
She doesn't have to be. She can be a civilian working on a military base. But or her father could be in the military.
Oh,
They
maybe
can get into the 6 figures. And I'm sure in California, which is probably a prime market,
Absolutely.
San Diego, she probably, definitely is into the 6 figures. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, but she just didn't seem like she knew what she did.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, she's an FBI agent. You don't know she's an FBI agent.
Maybe she's just one of those women that's like, I love what I do. I make good money. And if we want to build a family, maybe you take the sacrifice instead of me. Because normally it's the women who stay home. And maybe that's probably the risk that they're willing to take. I mean, if it works, I guess it works. I don't know. I'm just saying, she's making good money. I'm not going to up and root and leave my good old job. So, I mean, I don't want him to leave his job either. But who knows how it work out for them.
they said I got a Medea calculator.
You're even mad. Y'all moving mad.
She's an operations subject matter expert. Like she's a coordinator. Oh, she does really good. And he's a computerized marketing trainer.
Wait, where are you seeing this?
I Googled. I'm on the website.
You Googled it.
Yeah, I just Googled it.
Whilst you're looking for that, Ludwig, what's your thoughts on this? Go for it.
What is my thoughts? All right. Kojo, how tall are you?
I am 5'11".
Okay. Good job. This may not be true for all, but a lot of tall men who are 6'2" and over got nothing going for themselves. They like to skate with their height because they know a lot of women like tall men. And if they are good looking, they will skate by and do nothing with their lives. I tend to find a lot of shorter men tend to have their stuff together.
That's right.
Exhibit Nate. Actually almost every season there is a Pookie that has nothing going on for themselves and want to be a house husband. Steve wanted to be a house husband. He's also a tall, handsome man.
There's something about the
that
height.
Basketball player who had that really short girl like 7 seasons ago.
I remember.
Yeah. Wanted to be a
We
house.
remember him.
Talk on it. So that he's so this man is really tall, but he's not handsome. So he talked a lot in the first episode about how women over sexualize him because they want to see penis is like. So he never truly see why he should be working extra hard to get his life together. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm hearing
he's okay where he's at in life. You know what I'm saying? No matter his age. So what's with the passport?
Oh, my bad. I didn't even realize I had a passport in there. Sorry. I didn't realize I had a passport in there.
That's the humble brag, Ludwig, just for you, so you know, like, listen.
I'm so sorry, guys. Sorry.
Give me a step, mine.
Expect a visit soon, Ludwig.
My bad. So sorry. Ludwig, sorry I interrupted you. Continue. Tall guys, you were saying. Tall guys.
Yeah. Like, anyone 6'2", like, that's been my observance of a lot of these tall men is like they tend to just get through life. So if the woman makes more money, he's okay with that because he's able to just rest in his femininity and do nothing. Also, some of these tall men tend to go for big girls because a lot of times big girls tend to have more money. They like to work 2-3 jobs. They want to be taken care of like the true women that they are. So this has been something that I pay attention to. Not even just on this show, even on Ready to Love. They like to be taken care of too. on a lot of these dating shows. So pay attention to these tall men on these dating shows. They have nothing going on. They got no money. They don't have no money, and he's tall and kind of handsome.
Justin broke, y'all? I don't know. Is he broke? Justin broke?
He works from home.
He not broke?
I don't know if he's broke.
A lot of these working from home jobs don't pay a lot. They pay like maybe $20 an hour.
Is he?
I don't know about that.
I don't know if he's broke. I don't know if he's broke. I haven't sensed brokicity, and I haven't sensed the dust pox in the air in that area. So
I don't know about that, because now that the pandemic, a lot of the corporate jobs have been gone work from home. Yeah, I'm actually looking at digital marketing specialist in LA is over 100,000, but in San Diego, I haven't. I hope this ain't right. I hope this is not right, because this is saying 47,000. So I'm gonna keep looking.
Yeah, with marketing, you can make as little as 40. I would assume 50, and then some people make a lot of money. So it's hard to know with marketing.
But it's not that. It's the fact Crystal sounded so disappointed. Crystal,
just because she make more don't mean that he's broke. She could just.
I don't think her point was that he's like. I think it's the fact that the tall men just don't have a lot of ambition sometimes, or they kind of rest in like their tallness. And I have noticed that because I feel like Kevin Samuels was trying to help women be like men, in the fact that like short men, ugly men, all the men that have like flaws, they're very much so aware that they need to get to their money, they need to be funny, they need to be like, men know their shortcomings a little better, and so they try to make up for it. I feel like what Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, was trying to help women deal with is that women, unfortunately, are not aware of our, what would he say, sexual marketplace value. All of us think that we're baddies when we're not. Literally all of us.
Wait. We just was tussling about this. Really? When I was talking about Stacia, and you were like, I don't care what you think.
Stacia is beautiful. Stacia really is beautiful. You're tripping on Stacia. That's a separate issue. She is really beautiful. My point is that Justin knows he's tall. He knows that's all he has. He's gonna rest in that. You know, people know what they have. I think men are a lot better at knowing what their place are. Women, we all think that we deserve the 6'2" fine man with money, no matter what we're coming with, and that's just the truth. Y'all, people can make faces, they can make comments. We all think we're 10s. We're all not 10s. Sorry to break it to everybody. We're all not going to get the 6'2" fine, rich guy, high value man. And if we all keep thinking that, you're going to be single. I don't want to call out Atlanta, but a lot of people in Atlanta are suffering from this, and Houston and DC, because people, you know, we all think that we deserve one particular type of guy.
I don't think we all do.
A lot of us really do. Like the whole like all women are beautiful thing is fantastic for our self-esteem, but
no, I mean, like, I don't think we all think that, you know, you're gonna get a 6'2" high value, you know, man.
You should see these girls. I know Kevin Samuels is no longer here, but I don't know if you guys have ever watched. I'm sorry, Coach. Watch Kendra G's dating thing on YouTube. It's like the new like hilarious like dating show on YouTube, and you should see these women come on there. They'll have like 3 kids, they'll be like 300 pounds, they'll be this and that, and they say they want a dude that makes this amount of money, no kids, no this. Yeah, I would say the women are far more delusional, but beauty is subjective, like someone says, because I think Stacia is personally absolutely stunning. I have no idea what you men are seeing on this panel. I think she's beautiful. So
that's nice. So we appreciate that. You know what I mean?
Don't be nodding y'all heads too much because y'all agree with me now. JR.
I would say, you know, sometimes, you know, just like slightly off the record, you know, sometimes, you know, when like you have a female friend and they say, oh, I've got a friend, and you're like, okay, but what's that friend saying? Sometimes y'all be kind of like adding 2 on 10. But when you ask us guys if our boy is, I will tell you straight, listen, I'm gonna lie to you. You know, it's not gonna be your facial type. Let me be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, he a bit short, but he got money though. Like, or he's, you know, he's got a good job. We'll tell you straight what it is. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we like to keep it real. But sometimes I feel like, girls, sometimes you don't tell us the full truth. You be like, yeah, man, my girl's fine. And then when we get there, we don't want to be rude. And, you know, we don't want to be bad. So we're just like, oh, okay, how'd it go? That's right. So sometimes I don't be trusting girls' recommendations, man, because you don't be saying, "Oh, your girls are 10," and it's like, it's not like that. Just be honest. He's you know, I can tell you the truth, you know.
Or you could just show them a picture and say, "You choose," because who I think may be attractive, someone else may not.
And Chloe,
why do you not think everybody looks attractive? That's what scares me. Why is it everybody looks attractive to you sometimes, ladies? What is that about?
Yep. Yep. Tell them.
Not everyone. Not all women. I'm not saying all women say that. I'm saying sometimes women be saying, they'll show you like girls buff, and I'm looking at like, girl, what are you seeing? How are you seeing what I'm not seeing? You don't see what
listen
I'm seeing.
to that. Us as women know if our friends is on the closer end to being universally pretty or on the lower end to being not.
Y'all don't tell the truth about your friends. You don't tell the truth about
your
your friends.
In the dark.
Oh, child.
Yeah, some of y'all, cause if you don't even want to know how many times, you know, a colleague, a coworker, a friend has tried to hook me up, and you know, in the past, and I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna come through. You know, even sometimes the picture be deceiving. They'll send you the best picture. Now you know what she looks like in the daylight. You know what she looked like in the daylight and natural. Y'all been in the bathroom together. You know. Now, why would you do that to me? I think people the women be one-sided. Yes, I'm triggered, 2Ls. I'm triggered because too many a time they be like, nah, she bad. Okay, all right. There ain't but too many women that I trust to set me up on a blind date. Nope. They're like, nah, she's good.
Not see we going red pill.
Nope.
I'm not going red pill. I mean, look, I normally be speaking for the ladies. I do think we suffer from delusion, some of us. Not all of us. There's like hella people who don't be delusional. But there's a lot of us that be a little bit delusional about our situation. I feel like that's why we stay in the ruts that we stay in. But I do think that, you know, beauty is subjective. I try to be objective, but if y'all would have told me I am today years old of y'all acting like Stacia ain't bad, like I'm still stuck on that. I am very confused. I want to see what a baddie look like if Stacia's.
I think she's beautiful, but my husband said something about something here that's off-putting for him, and I don't know what it is. And I was like, well, for real? I was like, she's really beautiful. He was like, no, something's off-putting right here, and I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, you can do it like this. Are you talking about like the eyes or the cheeks?
The face shape. It's the face shape.
That's her round shape.
Yeah, it's the shape of her head. Look, and listen, I just want to really.
Oh, y'all agree? So this is a universal man thing.
Yeah, we get it, and I'm not going to say this woman is unattractive. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying she's not a baddie. I do think she's attractive. I want to be clear about that. But when I see her, it's not like, damn. No, I don't feel that way. I'm sorry. And again, I don't want to tear her looks down. I don't want to have like this, let's pick apart this nose, eyelash. No, I don't want to do that. But it's a feeling. And when you know, and when you don't, you don't. But I see the head when you did this. That's what I initially, and Kojo, I know you was feeling me too. Like something's in it. That's it. I'm done.
Maybe it's a polarizing. Some people have polarizing appearances, you know, because people seem to feel very strongly on either side.
She still look good though. She still look good. She still look good. We're talking about and baddies. Most of us don't marry baddies. So listen, don't worry about that. Most of us do not marry baddies. It's not you know what I mean? That category. Most of us will not marry baddies. Most of us do not have the money range to marry a baddie. So let's don't worry about that, ladies. Okay, do not worry about that. Most of us have not got a financial range to marry baddies. Okay, all right. So don't worry about that. All right, cool. Let's not Ludwig looking at me. Listen, let's get to the next. Let's get to the last bit of the clip. What was it? Oh no, I think we passed the clip. That was it. That was the last bit of it that I said. Oh no, this part. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
You're going into the same account.
Is it?
I mean, we're gonna have the same account and separate account.
That's what I do want to do when we get back to the apartment, to the new apartment. I want to.
It's going into the same account, ladies and gentlemen. It's going into the same account. Why is it that she questioned whether it was going to the same account? When she started making more, now she's questioning whether it goes to the same account. If I was making more, would you question if it was going to the same account? The excitement would come. But no, what's your guys and ladies, what's your thoughts on this? Should the money be going into the same account, if we're married now, and then, or do you prefer separate accounts, separate bills and stuff like that? How do let me know your thoughts on this particular scene. He was happy to have the same account. I think he's a smart man. He should. How else are you going to keep tabs on her account? Go for it, Chloe.
So I think in this situation, they definitely need to have separate accounts and then they own joint accounts type of thing. But in my marriage, we just have money. It's like I get my check, he get his check. If I need his card, I take his card. Like there's no questions. We pay bills. Whatever bill need to be paid, we just pay it. Like we don't go back and forth about this is yours, this is mine. I need this, you gotta give me this. Like we don't ask permission for money to go do whatever we want to do. We just have a conversation if we need to do something and go about our business. But I think that's a different. That's long distance, long-term relationship. But I do think that them two definitely need to have a joint account and a separate account where they split up their finances for the house and then also for their own personal stuff. Because they don't know each other. They don't know each other's intentions. And it's you don't even know how this is going to work out. And you don't know how he is with his finances or how she is with her finances. And she can make good money, but if she's not, spending properly, if she's like, doesn't have savings or not doing the proper stuff that she's supposed to do with her money, his money can still outlast hers, depending on how she spends it. You know what I mean? So I think they need to have that financial conversation, and until they come to an understanding about how they're going to deal with it, then they need to definitely have it separate and then a joint account for their, house and household.
Love that. Thanks, Chloe. Love that. Who wants to tackle this next? Who's ready to go? JR, talk to me, bro.
I agree. I think maybe each have a separate account and a joint account and a savings account or an account just to pay the bills. So that way you've got your savings that you're combining together, your bills are taken care of, and then you have money to do your own thing with within reason, with your own individual accounts. I think that would be the best way to do it. But I think to be close to 7 foot and not have NBA money or not have a basketball contract or some type of something going on where your height is paying those bills, bro. I don't know what he's been doing. Like, to be honest, I don't know what he's been doing. But yeah, so I think it kind of ties in with what you were discussing before about her making more money than him, and if she does, then they can put into an account jointly, and it just means in her individual account she'll have a lot more to spend to do, and yeah, so that way their finances aren't necessarily tied up together, and if they do go their separate ways and she does let him down gently, then there isn't that financial rigmarole to go through to untangle everything. So yeah, that's my take.
I think that it is a good idea. I second their what they were just saying, that they need to have a joint account and 2 separate accounts, absolutely. But her reaction, Kojo, as you were just saying, I think that she was really surprised and kind of impressed that he just said it's going into the same account, like that he made a decision, that he spoke up and said, this is what we're doing. I was like, okay, Justin, you need to do more of that, because he said, why? It's going in the same account. So, and so she took, and she was like, and she said, is it? And she said, okay. So I was like, okay. And he needs to do more of that. That's what I think. But it should be together in 2 separate accounts as well.
If he want to put his paycheck in her account, that's fine too.
And secondly, Not disappointed that that's the amount, but in San Diego, and it's a drastic difference from how much she makes. Like they're not even close. That's what's concerning. So yeah, and in San Diego, he might be in one of them studios like Noi was. That's very interesting.
It's tight out here, baby. It's not easy, baby. Lidwin, talk to me. What are you saying?
I did want to make a remark for earlier when I was saying, like, because he works from home, like, Crystal just found out it's roughly about 47. But granted, he lives in San Diego, California. So that might be a little low for him in that area. It could be decent for somebody who lives in Atlanta or Georgia or North Carolina, maybe. That's what I mean by, like, it might be an issue with that. Me, I don't believe in joint accounts. That would never be me.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Little one, don't break Kojo's heart, please. Just be easy.
She's not. She's breaking her own bank account. This is her blessing was about to be missed. It's all right. Go on.
Let me stay out. I'm out. I'm on my business.
I don't necessarily believe in joint accounts unless, like, we need to purchase a house and we need to figure out how the way to, mix our financials for that. But realistically, I think he's okay with having a joint account because he knows that she makes the bulk of the money. So whatever money that comes to the account, he will be swiping as long as he lives because he want to be a house husband. That's my take on it. Personal accounts is what I would go for, but having a joint and personal, that I don't see them making that a true reality. Because I feel like after a while, he might just succumb and say, you know what, let's just have the joint account. That's what I see for them too.
No worries at all, Ludwin. Thank you. Appreciate you. Seaway, what are you telling me?
Who else said Justin is hypergamous?
You're freaking. You don't need to stop with leave our boy alone.
That man is hypergamous.
Leave him alone.
That's terrible. You better put
leave him alone.
Oh my
Leave that boy alone.
Keep Alexis' husband's name out your mouth.
Oh, we have no respect for that man. What I think about the two accounts, I think this is something that people like to tussle about online. I mean, whatever y'all want to do, me personally, as of right now, I think two separate accounts make sense. I've always seen my parents have two separate accounts. If y'all want to combine the accounts, I mean, sure. It just feels kind of unnecessary for me, long as everybody know what bill they paying. I remember people used to have one account before when one person doesn't have money, or if like if you decide to stay at home with the kids or something for a couple years, it may make sense to have like one account, because why would you have your own if you don't have income? But I don't know. I just feel like two separate accounts just makes sense. But for whoever wants a joint account, do y'all.
Two separate plus a joint, or do you mean just joint in general? I couldn't do a joint all the way through, but are you talking about
I think either two separate accounts, or if you want to have a joint account for something, or a joint savings. I think a joint savings is cool because you both know what you guys are. You could put the joint saving towards something. That was something that I think I wanted to start doing to save for like a big purchase. I think so you both know like what you're saving for. I think a joint savings account makes a lot of sense, so you guys can like manage what you're putting towards. But a joint checking account just feels unnecessary if everybody has their own income and their own expenses, unless one person is contributing a whole bunch to the other person's expenses and things like that. But most people I know, working people, unless you got it great, I mean, you're still paying your own car note, your own insurance, stuff like that, and then the man hopefully is paying some of the larger things for the house.
So you want a roommate?
What?
Me and my husband don't have joint accounts, but we do have joint credit cards. Our credit cards are joint.
And joint credit card makes sense to me, huh? How's that roommates, Kojo?
What?
You just saying things.
House 50-50 roommates, but y'all somehow made that roommates. Everyone paid their bill. I don't know. Is that roommates?
Everyone's not paying their bill. I said I pay my personal stuff, and then he pays his personal stuff.
I'm just saying, it sounds like
It's the attitude that these broke men have that make it roommates. It's not actually what's happening. It's their attitude.
See what I mean? See.
No, that's
so
what
hard
it is.
for me to be dyed in the wool with her, because she will be like right there, and then she takes that turn and she hits you with the uppercut. Why she gotta take us all down though?
I said broke men, Sean. Last time
It's the blanket statements for me. You know, like, why are you blanketing the brothers?
I thought you weren't broke, so I didn't think I was talking about you.
You weren't talking about me.
Oh,
but you definitely wasn't talking about me. But
so you gotta put your cape on. You can
it's all, well, my cape been put away.
Oh, you can put your cape away.
I'm gonna leave you be. I'm gonna leave you be. But
I know I responded to
telling me to leave you alone, so I'm gonna leave you alone. Go ahead.
This is a beautiful layup. That was all.
That's my fault. I responded to Kojo's trolling. I should have just let it go. I don't think
she can't help herself, and she always got it an uppercut. I'm gonna call her Iron Mike Seaway, because she gonna hit you with an uppercut if she don't do nothing else. You know. And no, I'm not triggered, because ain't no dust around here. I got a limited PTO. That's gonna be on my dating app. A limited PTO. Come see me.
Yeah, I think men should learn that if you don't start that stupid 50-50 conversation, a lot of girls will pick up a bill. They'll be like, "Oh, can I pick up another bill?"
A bill.
I'll pay this or I'll pay that.
A bill or two. A bill or two.
Me and my husband don't think like that. We don't.
Thank you. You're paying 60-40.
Like,
you know, you're paying 60, you're paying 40.
We feel, not even that, but we just feel like our money is our money, like as a family. So if the bills gotta get paid, we pay the bills. Don't matter who pays it, because at the end of the day, if I need his card or whatever, let me get your card. We're not about to have no question. If I want to go get my nails done, I go get my nails done. Like, we discuss finances, but we not dependent like, oh no, only you gonna pay the rent, only I'm going to pay the light bill. We pay the bills, and we gonna eat, and we gonna go out, and we gonna do what we want to do for ourselves, and we just gonna leave it at that. Like, I think when people try to make it, you bring your part, I bring my part, that's when it becomes real complicated. Mm-hmm. Like, at the end of the day, we're all in this house. We need our cars, we need gas, we need food, we need whatever we need for our families. We have our own things that we want to do. And as long as we can do that and we're financially stable, then I don't see why it got to be, oh, I'm paying 20 and you paying, 80. I don't know why it got to be like that. But that's just maybe because I met my husband when we were young. So we always just worked like that.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe different when you start at like 22.
that may help. But I do think I that's why I understand what you're saying, like as far as like I find like Christmas is always awkward, because if you're getting me something out of the community money, like it feels very community. I feel like
we buy our own gifts. Like, we still have our own accounts.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, but like if you like, let's say if you're going off and give me a Chanel bag, I still know that came from money that we could have used for something else. So even though it's in a separate account, I say I understand that mentality with what you're saying, but also though, for me, certain people pay certain bills, because that is, it's not like you pay this. It needs to be structured that way. Like, somebody has to be responsible for certain bills, and other people are responsible for the others. So I get what you mean, but everybody got their role. So everybody is paying. But like, if I needed to jump in or pay a bill that is normally not assigned to me, I would, because it's a team. But everybody got to pay. No, I ain't got a Chanel bag. I was just giving that as an example. I wish I had a Chanel bag. I do not have
to get one. But I think like the other part too is I think it's what worked for me when I was, and I would definitely do the same thing in it. Like we had a joint checking account for the household expenses, right? So a portion of my direct deposit went into the joint account. A portion of her direct deposit went into the joint checking account. She had money that went into another checking account that was her own individual. The same for me. We had 2 joint savings accounts, right? Then, similar to what Chloe shared, we had credit cards together, and it just kind of worked that way. Now, obviously, I was carrying not obviously, but yeah, I was carrying the bulk of the bills, right? And then anything independent on her own that she accumulated, she paid for those. So it was just easier to know what's going on. Because even if she wasn't necessarily physically paying the bill, she should have access and a line of sight. We had a mortgage together, right? So I would want her to see the mortgage being paid. She might not have been the one making the payment, but she should see the payment going out because her name's on the mortgage, right? So it shouldn't be in a separate account because I'm paying it, right? So I think like that idea of there's some transparency financially to what's going on. And truth be told, although we're not together, in our divorce, we had no issues. Like when it came to what account was going to where and to who and to what, because there was an element of transparency. We each knew it wasn't like, so now I'm going to nickel and dime you for this. It was just kind of like, okay, listen, you take this, you whatever, we figure it out. So I think that's why it's so important that you have a line of sight. If there's no line of sight into financially what's going on, and you're just like, okay, you're going to pay it, but you're living in a house, the house goes into foreclosure, you're going to find out very late if you're not seeing that bill, right? The repo man comes a knocking, and you're like, what, babe? I thought you were paying, because you should have a line of sight into anything that you're part of, right? So those bills that are impacting the both of you both should. I'm a believer in that. People do whatever works for them. I'm just a believer. If anybody knows me, I've been in banking 20 plus years. That's my banker hat. I feel like you should have a line of sight financially as a married couple in terms of what's going in and what's going out, the responsibilities for your household. My speech.
Okay, I like that. And then other contributions towards this financial talk at this particular time and moment to educate everybody. Go for it, JR.
I was just gonna say that, like in modern relationships these days, women are probably out earning the men in our community, right? Earning more money, unless the guy's doing something in either tech, maybe in some type of entertainment, whether it's sports entertainment or music or performing arts or something like that. But for the most part, I think there's quite a lot of women earning more than men in the community. And the thing is, if you have your stuff jointly, then there's always going to be a disproportionate amount being put into the account by the person that makes the most money. And then that can cause tension further down the line, right? So that's why I probably suggest getting the separate account individually, but also having savings and then having a joint account for bills, etc., right? And then you can then allocate where that money goes according to gender roles, if you want to do it that way, or traditional roles, if you want to do it that way. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, because everybody's working more now than probably they have done in previous generations, coming home and doing the chores and doing the loving and the relationship part sometimes gets neglected as well. So you don't want to create a situation where finances is one of the reasons why you're butting heads, because it's probably going to be quite tough to juggle everything that you have to manage just to have your relationship in the first place. That's my 2 cents.
No, I definitely hear that still. Definitely hear that. So I get everyone has their different styles, and it really just depends on your relationship. There's no necessarily right or wrong for anybody here. Everyone just has their different preferences. I personally like the joint account plus everybody has their separate account so that you can do your separate spending. Maybe I'm a bit more a bit more when it comes to finances. I'm a bit more hands-on. I think in my situation, there should be a budget allocated. Listen, even though it's your own account, there should be a budget allocated. You know what I mean? Because if we're working as a team, you know what I'm saying? Whatever happens to you happens to me. So there's no such thing as I can do whatever I want, because whatever happens to you happens to me. And also, again, it really depends on the individual person you're with as well. Some people are not great with money. Okay, and you have to change the way you operate. If someone's not really great with money, and maybe they spend too much or whatever, you got to work with that. Again, you got to figure out the plan to kind of work around that issue as well. If both of you are great, responsible people with money, then fair enough. There'll be a different way you handle things as well. But I personally like the whole, we have a joint account. The bills get paid out of there. We can still talk about ratios, whether it's 60, 70, 80 to 20, whatever you feel like it is for you guys. That's totally up to you. And I think, obviously, as well, coming from the UK, I don't know, maybe, JR, we can even see it. I don't know. Whenever we talk about this conversation, it feels alien slightly from UK to US. Maybe because in UK, we are all grafting, and there is no such thing as six figures. Because most of us, in fact, if not all, most people aren't, I mean, I'm not saying all, but most of us are not making six figures. Not even close. I wouldn't even say 10% that you Americans have. I wouldn't even say that. If you're making past 80,000, you're in the top 5%, not even 10, top 5% earners in the UK. It's a completely different market, UK and US. When people talk about, becoming like nurses and you are getting 100K, I'm like, you won't even get 30. You would barely get 30, 40 in UK. Like the disparity and the distance between, in terms of income, like when people say like in tech, of course in UK you can make about 120K if you're near the top spec. But I'm hearing people making 300K on tech in America. I'm like, that's nowhere near what we're making. So it's a completely different ball game. And I think that's why our mindset may be slightly different sometimes to US. So when we're hearing this conversation, sometimes I'm like, this is not how we think. Like, if we're going to buy a house, you are not buying it on your own salary. If you're buying within the inner city of London, you can't afford it. You actually can't. Like, unless you're making 80 to 100K, which again, you're not in the top 5%, most people are not, you ain't buying a house by yourself. Get your girlfriend, get her to contribute because she's going to have to. Get your wife because she's going to have to. There is no, I'm paying 60, 80% of the mortgage. Yeah, you're going to contribute because you can't afford it. You know what I mean? So it's a completely different ball game in terms of US and UK. So I can understand why US might be slightly different than it is the UK in terms of how we think. Go for it, JR.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've had this conversation a lot and recently too. It seems like in America, you probably earn 3 times more for the same position that you have in the UK, right? So it doesn't matter really what industry it is. It's usually a minimum of about 3 times more that you earn in America for doing the same job here. So yeah, the 6-figure salary, that only applies to people that play soccer, play football. And even then, their contracts are so high because they have to pay 50% of that in tax. So they negotiate high salaries, 6-figure salaries, because they know that instantly 50% of that's gone. And that's what they have to live off and pay their bills with, right? But other than that, I mean, if you look at tech, web design, graphic design, those type of jobs, you're probably talking about 80 to 100K, and that's being real. So it's something that we're not going to be able to see. We're not going to align with what's happening in America. America's a much larger country, much more people, different system. And to a degree, we have more of a glass ceiling here as to what we can earn. Yeah, it's not necessarily a cap, but
how are the taxes? How are the taxes in UK?
So
yeah, we get tax. We're probably one of the highest countries that do the tax, bro.
Yeah, if you earn more than
dangerous.
If you earn more than say
50,000, yeah,
I think it's 50%.
No, it's 50 after That's higher earning rate, which will be after I think 100, but it's 40%. It's 40% anything over 50.
40% at 50k.
Over 50. And you can imagine house prices in London or something like that are usually 200-300k minimum. So you can only do 4.5 times your salary. So most people are not earning 50k even, let alone 80. So the disparity and gap, like even just buying a house, you need another partner. Like you ain't. There is none of this. You're paying the mortgage. We don't have that chat. Because if I don't have you, you don't have me. We are not going to buy anything. You're going to be renting for the rest of your life. So like it's like we're all having to graft. So I think that's why sometimes I'm arguing with you guys, but it's because you have a totally different market. And sometimes I don't realize that y'all can make some money, and we're here like just. And also, you guys work really, really hard, like 2-3 jobs. I hear you guys talking about I'm working 2-3 jobs. I'm like, how are you working 2-3 jobs? But we're just trying to finish off the first job. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't want to speak for nobody else. I got one job.
Me
too. And coming up on here. He's like a second job now. But what about universal health care? Don't you guys have universal health care?
Yeah, we do.
Pay for your
National Health Service.
Well,
yeah,
that can get a little costly up around our parts. So that can easily be hundreds of dollars a month. You know, if you got a family of four, $400 or $500, it could be.
Fair enough. These are some of the challenges, you know. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is why I'm staying my ass on this side of the pond.
Well, no, Soldier, you are coming to visit. So 2 weeks. Let them know, bro. Let them know.
Well, guys, you know, we have come to the end of the show. But before we talk about that, I need you, Sean, to... wait, did anybody have any last words? Anyone have any last words? That's fine, no worries. All right, Sean, give us a benediction, and then we'll announce what we're doing in a few months' time.
So, listen, folks, this was a long one. This was a marathon session, and, you know, I think we had a lively discussion. You know, 4.5 hours of great conversation. You know, again, we've said it multiple times. Marriage is a mirror, you know, for the couples. I hope that they're looking at this process as a mirror. I'll start with who I think, from what I see so far, is really looking to see marriage as the mirror that it should be, right? And grow and get better. Stacia and Nate. Stacia has the right approach. She's trying to be proactive. Please, Stacia, don't fall victim to prey to the newest pandemic, dust pox. Please, good sis, keep your mask on. Please, and be ready. Be vigilant. Please, be guarded. Your PPE is very important. Be ready. Look at the signs. Don't just hear what he says. See what he does. A lot of times that first instinct that he gives you, that's really what he's thinking. So please, don't fall victim. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what he's selling. Next, we have Lindy and Miguel. They did the do, folks. They did the do. It was sweet. It was wonderful. They saw fairies and pixie dust, but I'm not buying it. I think, unfortunately, they are in some la-la land of Disney. I think what Miguel was saying, he wanted the goods, and now he's talking about, you know what, he wants to see what the 8 weeks brings. So, ladies, guard your heart, guard your poussoir, please. A lot of times, what we say the first time is really what we're after. So, please, don't get bought into thinking that you're going to play our game if that's not what you're looking for. If you want serious, you need to hear the serious talk from the guy, right? And not when it's in the bedroom. So Lindy and Miguel, I don't know. I wish them well. Then we have Binh and Morgan. Please don't ask me to defend a lie. That's all I'm saying. I get it. You know, Binh should not, you know, we should be the keepers of our wives' secrets, but the secret shouldn't be lies, okay? So please, Morgan, understand what your anger is rooted in, but understand that you need to be honest, right? It was just a simple thing. Just wherever you are in your career, say it. Okay, there's enough foolishness going on behind the scenes in the screening process. Be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. Be honest with the people that we're in relationships with. All right. Then we have Alexis and Justin. Well, either Alexis is got an EGOT, or she really is starting to fall for Justin. Chloe, I want to believe it. I want to believe in love. I want to be there with you, you know? So let's hope she's not doing that. Let's hope she's being honest. For all of us, be honest. Again, be honest to yourselves. Don't tell people what you think they want to hear. Tell them what you feel, right? And our last couple, we learned it from him. Unfortunately, Mitch sometimes is brutally honest. You know, he's brutally honest with Krysten, and we don't know what that honesty is based in, because now Mitch is flip-flopping, and now he wants to do with Krysten. Krysten, stay vigilant. Don't let Mitch and his Air Jesus 3000s take you out. Please, please, please. Tell him to put the Band-Aid on his mouth, stop talking, and abandon the process right away. And I turn it back to you, Coach.
That was a very good benediction, so I like that. I like that benediction. Well, listen, guys, we have come to the end of the show. But before we go, I want to let you guys know as well. Listen, the tickets are booked. We're coming to America. Yes, we are coming to the shores of America. Hopefully Trump don't tax me when I arrive on the land. But you know, because he's got a hard on for tax if he doesn't pay any. Anyway, listen, so, but in all honesty, listen, I am coming to America, yes, on the 1st of October to the 17th. I don't know what I was thinking, booking it that long. I don't know. Obviously, yeah. So on the 1st to the 6th, I'm in New York. And then from the 6th to the 13th, we're in Atlanta. And then from the 13th to the 17th, we're in DC. I'll put it up on the community page as well. So we're going to try and organize some events so that you guys can come. We can all come together, you know, do some kumbaya, eat some hot, you know, drink some hot chocolate and, you know, roast some marshmallows together. But no, you know, just kind of have a chill, maybe have a few discussions and talks, you know, get some food as well in us as well. And just vibe, you know. So watch out for more of the, what is that? Hold on 1 minute. Yo, I'll talk to you later. But sorry about that.
So you got secret babies out there? You got the little Jack in the Box?
Wait, hold on.
Who's not moving at this time of night?
But anyway, what was I saying? I was saying, yeah. So yeah, events coming. So we'll keep. We need your, yes, we do. We need your support. I'll update some news for you guys, because we want to, you know, start getting some tickets out so you guys can come through as well, and, you know, support myself and a few others that will be out there as well. So we're gonna put on some events for you guys. So watch out. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you know, it's gonna be vibes for those 2 weeks that I'm down. Yeah, man. But listen. Honestly, guys, it's been amazing. It's been powerful. It's been great. And my panelists, Chloe, Crystal, Sean, JR, Seaway, Ludwin, it's getting familiar, isn't it? It's getting familiar. Yeah? Twice in 1 week, eh? Twice in 1 week. It's good to see you. Listen, audience, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You lot have been screaming for my Cash App. It's there. It's been scrolling. You guys kept on messaging me about Cash App. I said I didn't want to get on it. I'm now on it. I don't want to hear no more excuses. So it's there for you guys as well. All right? Listen, it's been amazing. It's been beautiful. It's been wonderful. We will see you on Saturday night. I'll have a few extra guests as well, special guests to come through. So listen, it's been beautiful. Been amazing. And we'll see you again very, very soon, baby. Oh, but before I go,
And baby girl, I hope you got the feeling. Vision's blurred, but all I see is you. And as I'm looking at Shakira in the...
Goodbye, guys. Goodbye.